You know, the mouse on the laptop that I use to read chat, blinking red indicating it's dying for the better part of 2 weeks now. And I've just gotten used to the fact that it's doing that, so when it finally actually dies, it's gonna be weirder than the fact that it was flashing for as long as it has. Hey everyone. Hope you're doing well tonight. Time for some more Tyrion Cuthbert. As soon when last we met, we got ourselves into Case 4 after finishing off Case 3. And, the game's definitely been hinting towards some stuff before this. Oh, fuck, I just realized I actually need to close it real quick. I don't think I... Yeah, I didn't unmute desktop audio. The game's been hinting to the stuff up to this point. But they're building so clearly to something in this case already that I'm thinking whatever the final case of this is going to be like is going to be nuts. On a level we probably haven't seen in a mainline Ace Attorney. Well, actually, now I think about it, all three of the most recent Ace Attorneys all had nuts last cases. I guess the last one that was just kind of mundane comparatively was... Actually, they've all been nuts. Alright, so we finished talking with... Good to move over to... is the ballroom just where we talk with Celeste in this chapter? Yes. Let's go talk with Jan. You enter the storage room, hoping to investigate the air vent that connects to Lord Frega's study. When you come across a person laying across the floor. What? Jan, is that you? Oh man, what's the noise? I was having such a good nap too. Mr. Hughes? Whoa, it's you two. Why are you taking a nap in the storage room? Because there's bed-adjacent shaped things in here. I needed to take a break from all the chaos going on. King's Guard will let us leave until they finish investigating the murder. This pompous noble showed me away when I tried sleeping on one of the couches. Yeah, I expected him to find me here. Anyways, the prosecutor told us that you heard the murder from here during the lockdown. You think you could tell us what happened? Sure, why not? My nap's kind of ruined anyways. So you're working as a servant now? Not exactly, but I was part of the catering staff. Twins started their own food business after Frega threw us out of the academy. Ooh! Damn though, that means that the academy ship went through and that's kind of fucked up and sad. Right, sorry about that. It's not your fault. Even if Rebin was still headmaster, I'm sure the board would have found some other way to get rid of us. Wait, are Valentina and Valerie here too? No, they just contracted some staff to Lord Frega for the Lord's Ball. I think a bunch of other businesses did the same thing. I wonder how they feel about this. They lent their services to the very man who got them fired in the first place. William must have offered them a lot of gold. Oh no, don't move. Oh. Man, I can't believe I got myself pulled into another murder investigation. Do I have bad luck or what? Well, you've got a lower case average at the moment than either Maya or Larry, so you're doing good, Jan. The prosecutor told us that you heard the altercation through the air vents. Could you tell us exactly what you heard? Well, I didn't hear everything. Taking a nap in this room when it happened. Why were you napping here? I didn't have a choice. I accidentally closed the door when the lock was engaged. Before I knew it, I was trapped here. Right, you recall Steelwind mentioning that. Anyways, I heard the sound of some kind of struggle going on. Didn't hear everything, but I heard Lord Frega shout, "Who are you? What do you want?" That went on for a few seconds, then I heard the sound of someone getting stabbed. Hear the voice of an assailant? I didn't say anything, but I did hear them. The voice was really raspy. I think they had a sore throat or something. Or they were trying to mask their voice. Why'd you enter the storage room anyway? The servants were complaining about rats running through the air vents, so they went and sent me to take care of it. Don't like that. I heard one of them running in the vent upstairs, and I followed it here. I figured it had nowhere else to go, so I opened it up and put a trap down. After I was done, I tried to leave, but the door locked. I didn't have anything else to do, so I took a nap. I only heard a few words before the murderer struck the final blow. Doesn't give you much to go on, but his testimony could become relevant later. For now, we should probably move somewhere else and gather more information. Dan, they're very upfront about us moving in this case, but I guess it's probably because we have already seen some of the trial play out at this point, comparatively. Come on, Tracker, where are you? As you enter Beatrice's room, you're unexpectedly met with a large cloud of dust. Wow, this place has not been cleaned. Oh, the youngest. Oh! Your vision clears up, and you realize that there's someone else in the room with you. Sorry, didn't mean to intrude. No, there's no need to apologize. But I would like to know what you're doing here. We're here on behalf of the Crown Prince. We're investigating the murder of William Brega. Oh, I see. I apologize, I didn't quite get your name. My name is Leif Frega. So this is Leif, according to Steele, when she was the last person to see Lord Frega alive yesterday. Might have some information about how he was acting that night. Oh, I just realized, actually, I want to go back real quick. I didn't check for stuff around here. Several boxes in the room, they appear to contain various cleaning supplies. It's the air vent that leads to Lord Frega's study. Supposedly, Jan heard the altercation between Lord Frega and his assailant through this.
Repario Arcanum!
Alright. Actually, does that also match with the map? It probably does. So we're right here. Storage room is directly above Beatrice's bedroom. Or directly below, I guess? It's a highly extravagant bed. Looks similar to the one in Miriam's dorm. Probably family custom made. Dresser covered in a layer of dust. Doesn't look like it's been touched in years. Yes, but it's extremely dusty.
Repario Arcanum!
Sorry for your loss, Lady Frega, but do you mind if I ask you some questions about last night? Of course. Prosecutor Steelwind told you you were the last person to see him alive. Did you notice anything unusual about your father's behavior? Well, he was extremely upset about something. I think Beatrice may have offended him during their meeting. The servant said he wanted to be left alone. He retreated into his study immediately after their meeting. I tried to speak with him when the theft was reported, but he didn't much care about the missing artifact. He told me to leave him alone and let the Kingsguard investigate the sword. Now that's an interesting thought. When did you speak with him last? It was before they activated the lockdown. It was a little after 1 AM that night. So he went in to adjust the will at that point. Well, if not, that being the first time. Like, maybe he always held out hope and never actually altered his will. I guess Beatrice came back. And do you have any idea what he was doing in his study? What? No, I have no idea. Some fear from her. Lady Frega, is there something you're not telling us? It's important that we know about your father's actions before his death. Sorry, I don't know anything else. Father was a private man and didn't share much with anyone, even his own family. I wish I could go and be of more help, but I really don't know anything else. She's clearly holding back something. Can reveal what she's hiding through an argument. She might be more willing to cooperate, but you'll need more information about William and his will first. In the meantime, you should figure out what else she knows. I noticed that this room hasn't been cleaned recently. Do you know why? It's because I've forbidden the servants from cleaning this room. And why would you do that? Beatrice is very dear to me. I couldn't bear to have her room disturbed after she left. This room was the only memory I had of her after she left. Does that make sense? She must have been holding on to the hope that her sister would return. And what about the sword spell eating? Do you know how it ended up in this room? I'm not sure. It's possible someone planted here to claim Beatrice. I can't say why they would choose this room, though. What kind of person was your father? Complicated. Looked like William Frege was very beloved. My father was a complicated man. He was a brilliant scholar and businessman, but he was a cold and distant father. I see. Have any enemies? As the head of House Frege, he controlled nearly every banking house in Wyverngard. There were many people who resented his wealth and power. You remember anyone specific? Perhaps someone he'd slighted recently? There was Lloyd Van Sanctus. The ruling lord of Arnox? Yes, I heard he was recently involved in a court case. My father's been using the controversy as an opportunity to slowly take control of Von Sanctus Industries. And from what I've heard, he's been extremely bitter about that. Von Sanctus' reputation must have taken a hand after the Dracogen trials. I doubt he'd get himself involved in another murder. But you can never be sure. You'll want to speak bills. Although, would he even consider cooperating with you? Anyways, are there any other enemies he might have had? No, none that I can think of. What can you tell me about Beatrice Frege? Heard that she fled the Frege estate 5 years ago. Before she left, Beatrice was one of the most powerful mages I'd ever seen. She is incredible. At the age of 18, her talent for magic had even eclipsed my father's. But it was never enough for him. What do you mean? Before my mother died, he desperately wanted a son, but he only ever had daughters. Everyone thought Beatrice would inherit House Frege from my father, but our family knew the truth. William Frege would never leave his legacy in the hands of a woman. What a dick! What? No matter how hard Beatrice tried, my father would never acknowledge her accomplishments. He was extremely cruel to her. He constantly belittled her achievements and dismissed anything she said to him. After the accident, he used disability as an excuse to take away the little influence she had, so she wasn't always blind. There was an accident that gave her a disability? Is that why she's blind? If it's not too painful for you, can you tell me more about Beatrice's accident? Is this even relevant to the investigation? Any small detail can make a difference. I need to learn everything I can. Not sure about exactly what happened, but it was a magical experiment gone wrong. Beatrice was working on a project at the Imperial Academy. She was trying to create a new spell formula. We're still not sure what happened, but there was an adverse magical reaction. The resulting explosion seriously injured her and left her completely blind. Can't imagine how she must have taken that. Actually, she was probably the most unfazed by what happened. But that didn't matter. My father saw his opportunity. Told me he was relieving her of her duties so that she could recover. But I knew the truth. He was going to take away her political power and social standing. She was reduced to a mere decoration for our home. And that must have been why she left. Did she contact you during the time she was missing? No. No one had heard from her during that time. As much as I worried for her, I was also a little happy. Unlike Miriam and I, she had finally broken free from my father. I have no idea what could have caused her to return here. They're gathering info about his... That's... Can we have the Willis? Thought we did. That man. He was my father, but I can't say I have fond memories of him. Must have been difficult to deal with. You have no idea. Cruel, tyrannical, and only ever cared about his own legacy. He was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to maintain his power and status, including his own daughters. Sounds like his treatment of Beatrice was particularly harsh. It was! He never saw her as a worthy successor to our family's legacy, simply because she was a woman. Even after her accident, he used her disability as an excuse to strip her of any power she had left. Imagine how difficult that must have been for all of you. It's been a constant struggle, but we managed to survive. As it sounds, now that he's gone, we might have a chance to rebuild our family. Alright, so we'll probably need to present one more thing to her, probably about it. Or the will itself. Have one about the will? I feel like if we do, it's back on the Ruby side of things. Her Beach's return must have been surprising for you. It is. To be honest, I've been hoping for years she'd finally return. Now that she has, she's just gotten pulled into another one of our family's messes. There we go. There's the argument. Get back through. There's more information I need. It's either that I need to go back and maybe talk with Arya a little now, or show some stuff to Jan, even. Even after being blinded, Beatrice continued to fight for her freedom. Despite everything that's happened to her, she always remained determined to live her life on her own terms. I remember when she first came back to the estate after her accident, my father was convinced she'd become helpless without her sight. But she refused to let her blindness define her. She just learned to navigate the estate using her other senses and continued to study magic. Ironic, really, my father tried to use her disability as a way to control her, but in the end, it was the very thing that allowed her to break free. Check things again. He distinctly reacts to that.
Arcanum.
Hello there. There's a trace of transmutation magic under the bed. Can't see clearly. Closer look. It's Crimson Lotus! What? It's my sword! What? Never knew her sword had a name. So this is where it's been. Why would it be here? This is also the room where they found the sword of spell eating. The two thefts related somehow? Right, the only thing similar about them is that they're both swords. Definitely more to this, but what? They're both red. Think you've learned everything you can for now. Perhaps you should move elsewhere. Guess we're not having an argument with her despite the fact they said to. You explore the manor further and find one of its many sitting rooms. And there you have to spot a very familiar face. He's sipping on a glass of wine and his expression turns disdainful the moment you enter the room.
Oh, wonderful. As if my day couldn't have gotten any worse.
Von Sanctus, what are you doing here?
The head of a noble house has just been murdered. I very well return to Ornox when my affairs are in such disarray. Anyways, forget what I'm doing here. What are you doing here?
Oh, I just want to have a friendly chat with one of my favorite noblemen. Hey, you've been keeping busy since we last met. Difficult losing your empire to House Frege. Tyrion, we do need his help.
Is that so? What makes you think I'd ever help the likes of you?
Because it would take suspicion off of you, and let's face it, with your reputation, you could use all the help you could get.
How dare you! I'll have you know I'm still a respected member of the nobility.
Respected? Is that why everyone's talking about your hand in Justin Way's death? Because the way I see it, being involved in another scandal will destroy what little remains of your reputation. It makes no difference to me, and to be perfectly honest, I'd like nothing more than to drag you onto the stand and embarrass you a second time. Practically hear him grinding his teeth together.
Ah, very well. It means I won't have to endure your presence any longer. I'll oblige and answer your questions.
Fanning some adventures in a tavern. Oh, that's adorable.
Ah, this must be Beatrice von Frege the First.
The first?
According to legends, she was one of the descendants of the 7 heroes of Wivengard. She joined a band of adventurers that were traveling across the nation.
Hard to imagine the Freges coming from such humble beginnings. That man just got wiped the fuck out. The fuck happened? Wait, what?
What is it now?
Must have gone around the corner. He just vanished.
What are you on about? There was never a man there.
Sorry, Tyrion, but he's right. No, I'm sure he was there. You feeling okay? Perhaps your lack of sleep's making you see things that aren't there.
Prepario Arcanum.
That was the heiress effect, so if she's here, what the fuck's happening? Door leads into a hallway.
Perhaps I should have considered locking it to keep out undesired guests.
All filled with books. Fake books, they're completely blank. They're made from mahogany. Every part of this house just exudes wealth. Wealth that's been siphoned out of the common folk.
Honestly, it's just one mess after another with you.
Mess? Wouldn't you rather have much to gain from William Frega's death?
On a surface level, you might be right, but it's far more complicated than that. House Frega controls the banking houses. They're the main pillar of support for Wyverngod's economy. William's death could have unimaginable economic consequences regardless of who inherits his house. I wouldn't be foolish enough to do something like that.
That remains to be seen.
Think what you will. There are others who would benefit from William Frega's death.
You mentioned specifically that other people would benefit from Frega's death. Who?
If I had to venture a guess, I would say Lucio Steelwind benefits the most.
You mean the prosecutor's father? But you just said that Lord Frega's death could have unimaginable consequences on the economy.
Ha! You think that brute cares about Wyverngod's economy? No, all that man cares about is power. Pure and physical power. House Steelwind and House Frega have been fighting for control of Wyverngod for generations. But in this long-lasting era of peace, the Steelwind's military has become far less valuable to the crown. If it weren't for Lady Steelwind's engagement to the crown prince, they might not even be considered a pillar family anymore. The death of William Frega is probably exactly what Lucio Steelwind's been waiting for. And if our economy were to suffer, it would cause civil unrest. In a scenario like that, the crown would have to rely on Steelwind's forces to maintain order.
It does make sense. But could Arya's father really be involved with this? I'd say it tracks. Though you think Lucio Steelwind would have much to gain from this, but can you think of anyone else?
Well, there is Harold Haraldson. That can't be his real name.
What could Mr. Haraldson possibly have to gain from Frega's death?
From what I've heard, William was planning to defund Haraldson Hall of History.
Really? Why would he do that?
I'm not sure of the specifics. But supposedly Lord Haraldson had refused to omit the less flattering parts of Wyverngod's history from his exhibit,
So he's a real historian.
It's gotten blatant enough that he's drawn the ire of the king himself. They actually got into a very heated argument during the Lord's Ball about it. Said that William declared he'd be removing House Haraldson from his estate.
Well, I suspect Mr. Haraldson, but need to examine every possibility. As the curator, he would have the easiest access to the sort of spell eating. And he could have staged a robbery to cover his tracks. At the very least, you should give Mr. Haraldson a chance to explain himself. What can you tell me about the defendant in this case?
What? She's your client? Surely you know better than I.
Humor me.
Well, I'm sure you're aware she led Fred the Frega estate 5 years ago. In doing so, she not only dealt a blow to House Frega's reputation, but she also directly insulted the Crown Prince by breaking her engagement with him.
Wait, Beatrice was engaged to Aster?
Yes, it was quite the scandal at the time. And Lucio wasted no time in pushing his daughter into taking Beatrice's place.
Oh, is that why those three were so awkward last night?
Honestly, the situation is just an absolute mess.
Beatrice's return complicates things? What does he mean by that? Do you find Beatrice's return to be inconvenient for you?
What do you want about now?
Please don't insult my intelligence, Von Sanctus.
Fine. If you must know, my son was arranged to marry William's daughter, Leaf.
Leaf?
Since Beatrice no longer showed no signs of returning, it was apparent that Leaf would inherit House Frega instead of her. I know when my days are numbered, but I took a preemptive action. William wanted to male heir, and I needed to preserve my house, so we both came to an accord. My son and Leaf were arranged to be wed. House Von Sanctus would have been absorbed, but at least my Jaden would stand at the helm of House Frega.
Almost are absolute.
Think what you will. I won't expect a commoner to understand. What's the problem with your generation? You have no sense of duty or obligation. Leaf has already expressed resistance to this marriage, even though she was well aware of the details. power, she'll hide behind her sister to end the engagement altogether.
Beef never mentioned any of this, as much as you hate to think it. William's death would get her out of this arranged marriage. You talk to her about this. Anyways, Von Sanctus gave you a decent list of suspects. Probably learned everything you can from him for now. Be best to move and follow up on these leads. So long, asshole. You return to the gallery and see a legion of knights inspecting the crime scene. However, you don't see Mr. Harrelson anywhere. Inquisitor must be questioning him, so after we should follow another lead. So we probably gotta go talk to Leaf again. That's basically the exact same dialogue, so all these as well. Light Place is completely shattered. He was able to do this despite there being several abjuration spells protecting it. The display case that held the armbands of intellect is empty.
Repario Arcanum.
There's traces of evocation magic on the shattered glass. Evocation is the school of magic that creates and unleashes raw energy. The most primal of the 7 schools of magic. No one must have used a powerful spell to blast the display case apart. Alright, let's go maybe talk to Leaf about that. Oh, okay, there we go. Leaf Frege seems to be hiding what her father is doing in his study. No doubt she's doing this out of malice. She might not even think that it's relevant to the case. William Frege had many enemies, and he retreated into his study to do something that night. That something could be related to why he was murdered. Is there something you're not telling us, Leaf? Your full proof. Actually, no, let's wait until we actually have an option. Because I have a feeling you know more than you're letting on. What? What was your father doing in his study? I already told you, I don't know. No idea what my father was doing. My father was a private man. He wouldn't share something like that with me. That's what we're actively presenting here. Better today. She has no reason to trust you. She believes Beatrice is innocent over anything else. She's so sincere, so it's unlikely she's involved in the murder. So if we react with a similar sincerity... Hey, I guess we might be able to use the fact that it's that. Could be a... No, her thoughts to use that deal. Hey, Bolt! Hey, good luck with the studying, though. Fucking, I have no idea what combinatorics is, but that sounds like hell. I'm doing pretty well, though. This is a fantastic Ace Attorney-like. He was making some sort of change to his will, wasn't he? What? Why did you find the need to hide this from us? I didn't. Thought you saw earlier seemed to disagree with that. We've only just met today, so I understand if you don't trust us. But the Inquisition thinks that Beatrice murdered your father, and they claim that she did so for his inheritance. It's absolutely absurd. Regardless, your father's inheritance is a likely motive behind his murder. Many people would have a lot to gain from his death, including you. Excuse me? Not involved in it. How could you even think that I'd be incapable of something like this? Alright. What do we got for clue? Not so sure. The last person's father alive, it's possibly even lying to us. Didn't mean to imply you were involved in this, but did the murderer's motives. Old House Frege. That one feels the most like she'd respond to so far. Prosecution clearly won't shy away from prosecuting my family. Rationalizing in this case feels like we're also empathizing, so she'd probably respond best to that in the long haul. I didn't mean to imply that you were involved in this, but it's clear that the murderer's motive was to take control of House Frege. means their plan heavily relied on who William Frege was leaving his assets to. So I need to know, Miss Frege, how was your father planning to change his will? I don't know. Never aware of the details. As I have already told you, my father was a secretive man. He didn't share the details of his estate with me. For evidence... Could be the engagement. What was the quote we're going up against? Never aware of the details. Is that in his will? I mean, it's not like we get game overs in this so far anyway, so if I get it wrong, I get it wrong. Is that really true, though? What? I already know about your arranged marriage to Jaden Von Sanctus. And I also know that as part of this deal, Jaden would inherit House Frege instead of you. Definitely knew about this, and you heavily resisted the marriage in an attempt to stall it. It means that you had some idea of how your father's will was arranged. So why aren't you telling me, Mrs. Frege? That's a reasonable response. I can't trust you. What? You're here on behalf of Crown Prince Aster. Four Pillar families and the Crown have much to gain from my father's death. How can you assure me that this information won't be used against my family? So that's why she's been so secretive. I can possibly trust me. Kind of from my father. But I'm in a different region, have no stake, but trying to please our clients, so technically would in that case, so that doesn't feel right. I'll rep the truth one way or another because perfect, we all have no truth. Suspects, that would just be more aggression, and that wouldn't be probably that welcome here. Appeal. There's nothing I could possibly say to make you trust me. But please understand, I'm only trying to find out who murdered your father. To do that, I need to know everything that he was doing that night. I have no reason to trust you. Somehow, I can tell you're being sincere. Will you really protect Beatrice? You're about to reassure that you will, but something in the back of your mind stops you. I'll get to the truth of what really happened. Okay, that's truly what you're planning to do. I'll tell you what I know. I wasn't trying to be uncooperative, but I didn't know who I could trust. Considering the circumstances, that's perfectly understandable. Not sure why, but my father was extremely upset that night. According to him, Beatrice had returned and was even more impudent than before. Angry about something she said during their meeting. Did he tell you what their meeting was about? Didn't. Honestly, I didn't really care. I was just so happy that my sister had finally returned. My father clearly felt the opposite. Before he entered his study, he told me that he would be pruning the family tree. He was going to disinherit my sister and several other members of our family. Okay, so in that case, that's probably what the interjection was earlier. We know for a fact that that wasn't the case. Probably started drafting up a new will to reflect the decision. Has anyone found the draft of this will? No, it's one of the first things I looked for after the investigation began. Modified will is missing? I doubt that it would even be enforced. He never got a chance to submit it for probate before he died. Can't discount the possibility that the murderer destroyed it. Did anyone else know about this? No one. I didn't even tell Lady Steelwind when she was questioning me. Because it would have given Beatrice a motive to commit the murder? Anyways, thank you, Miss Frege. Mr. Cuthbert. Yes? My sister is not a bad person. There's no way she'd do something like this. That's what she says. She seems to have doubts. She's in good hands. Ruby Tamora is the one defending her in trial, after all. So, anyways, you think you've learned everything you can from Leaf? And one last person to speak to, Harold Haroldson. Back to the gallery. As you enter the gallery, you spot Harrelton inspecting a shattered remnants of a display case. If I recall correctly, the display case that he's looking at once held the sword of spell eating.
Oh, Mr. Cuthbert, I had a feeling I'd be seeing you again.
Seems sort of spread about your deal with Aster. Hello again, Mr. Harrelton.
Harold.
Right, Harold. I'm sure you already know I'm investigating the murder of the William Frege. And the prosecution suspects that someone used the sword of spell eating to break into Lord Frege's room. I was wondering if I could ask you some questions about the theft last night.
I'll tell you what I can, but I'm not sure how much I'll be. Help I'll be, rather.
Time to gaslight people. Oh god, I guess, yeah, Tyrion does do that, doesn't he? Just because of, like, the function of the knowledge he gains because of the Eye of Horus. Hope you're doing well tonight, Ant. Welcome on in. Can't believe a museum owns such a powerful magic item. I would have expected the noble houses to take them for themselves.
Well, the nobility of today doesn't have much use for items such as this. The power of a lord is based on politics rather than magical strength. A noble wouldn't want to wield the sword of a demon, even if the legends are just stories.
A demon? Oh, right, the sword of spell eating is said to have been forged from a pact between a demon and a mage. Isn't making a pact with a demon just asking for trouble? They definitely betray you the first chance they got.
Well, legends say that demons often drafted blood contracts for this reason.
Wait, you mean like a legally binding contract?
The concept is similar, but once you sign a blood contract, both you and the demon are magically compelled to fulfill its terms. It's held that violating its terms will result in instant death for the offender, no matter who it is.
I guess there's some protection.
Well, as an attorney, I'm sure you understand that it's possible to exploit and use loopholes in any contract. And according to legends, demons take great pride in their ability to deceive and corrupt people.
Fun. According to the prosecution, the theft took place during the Lord's Ball. Shouldn't there have been plenty of witnesses in the gallery at that time?
That's the strangest thing. Supposedly the gallery room was completely empty when it happened.
What? That can't be right.
And honestly, I have no idea how anyone could produce enough magic to shatter the display case anyways.
Were the wards protecting the case that powerful?
They were powerful, but that's not the issue here.
It would be one thing to dispel the wards and remove the glass protecting it. But it's another thing to
completely annihilate the abjuration wards and shatter the glass. Doing something like that would require an extremely powerful spell, far more powerful than what would have been needed.
So you're saying the force applied was excessive?
Yes, and that's not the worst of it. It's clear that the sword of spell eating wasn't the only item that was stolen.
What? Was another artifact stolen that night? Tyrion, buddy, we've already looked at the case over here. You mentioned another item was stolen.
Yes, it's extremely concerning. After the sword of spell eating was reported missing, I checked the other exhibits. That's when I discovered that the armbands of intellect had been stolen as well. And unlike the sword of spell eating, we still haven't found the armbands.
Look at the glass case where the armbands used to be. They've been removed, but the glass case is completely intact. The thief didn't shatter the glass.
Exactly. Moreover, the armbands were actually replaced with a very well-made replica.
Do we have potentially two different thieves in this case?
What?
What is going on here? The two thefts are completely different from one another. Even related? Or did two different thieves coincidentally steal from Harold that night? Better yet, why'd they leave the third thing then? Like, what is fucked up about these things that people didn't want to take them? You mentioned that someone would have needed a powerful spell to shatter the display case. Wouldn't that narrow down the list of suspects for the theft? Not everyone attending the ball could cast spells that powerful.
Well, according to the Inquisition, Beatrice Frege's magic was powerful enough to have done this.
Discounting the fact that she's completely blind.
Yes, I'm well aware of that. It doesn't still sound quite with me right quick.
I don't know why. Specifically whenever... Maybe it's like a form of the LP curse. Just following me all these years later. But when I'm recording or streaming, my ability to speak what I'm reading drops to like 1/3 of its normal capacity. And I don't know why. Weird.
And it doesn't quite sit right with me either.
Was there anyone else at the Lord's Ball capable of matching Beatrice's power?
Only the heads of the four pillars could have invoked magic this powerful. But apparently Beatrice is an exception to that.
Just really that powerful, or is she being scapegoated by one of the house leaders? But the cases can be opened normally, can't they? Otherwise, how would you transport the artifacts from place to place?
Ah, yes, the magical locks in the case can be disabled.
Makes some fear. Is he hiding something? How are they normally disabled?
They can be turned on and off for using a spoken password.
And how many people know this password?
Only myself. I personally oversee the transport of these items when they're moved.
So Harold could have stolen the sword that night. Did he have staged the robbery to cover his tracks? Harold, a witness told us you got into an argument with William Frege on the night of the murder. Was William Frege planning on defunding the Heraldson Hall of History?
Yes, he was. He made that very clear. But that doesn't mean I had anything to do with his murder.
We're not saying that you did, but I need to explore every possibility. So I need to ask, did your argument that night turn hostile?
I'll admit that our discussion turned heated, but it never escalated to threats or violence. William was being unreasonable, and I was frustrated. That's all there was to it.
Yeah, he shows more resentment than he's letting on. Do you have any conflicts with him prior to that night?
We have had disagreements in the past. He was receiving pressure from the royal family about what I was displaying in my museum. The king believed that some of my exhibits were too controversial for the public eye.
What do you mean?
I'm sure you've noticed the rising tensions between the common folk and the nobility. I've never been one to shy away from the bloodier parts of Wivengard's history. The citizens must know about these parts of history, otherwise we're liable to repeat them. However, the king believed that my historical exhibits did nothing but dig up old wounds.
Nobility thinks they can smooth public relations by censoring history. As if they couldn't get any worse. Anyways, it's clear that Harold's passionate about his work. Did that passion drive him far enough to commit murder, though? Thank you for your time, Harold.
Harold.
I think we'll be on our way now. We have a lot of info, but none of it really leads anywhere. Many people had a motive to murder William Frege, but who actually did it? Perhaps you should take some time to review everything you've learned. Okay, motives aside, let's go over the events that happened that night. It all started when the sword of spell eating was stolen. We don't have a specific suspect, but we do know something about them. They're a powerful mage, because they would have needed to break open that glass. Thief was a powerful mage. That's the only way they could have shattered the magically reinforced glass. What about Harold? He could have just unlocked it using his password. He could have stolen the sword and staged a robbery, but he couldn't have shattered the glass. Only a powerful mage could have done that, and I doubt Harold would lie about that, so when we could easily confirm it with Steelwind. Right, but what happened next? Recently stole the sword of spell eating. This caused Harold to report the theft to the Kingsguard. And then there's Leaf's statement. Tell us about William Frege. Leaf's account gives us a clear fact about when William died. He would have died probably before... Wait. Okay, so he would have been in there for like... Actually, it also means he died 2 hours after the theft. That seems like a surprisingly long time span. Actually, that means he would have died after the lockdown was... Oh, no, not after the theft was the 2. Because the theft was reported, then the lockdown happened. Liam Frege was murdered after the lockdown was activated. It means that whoever killed him bypassed the lockdown and broke into a magically locked room. They had to have used the sword, right? That's likely, but not necessarily true. An anti-magic field would have also had the same effects. The murderer could have stolen the Spell Eater sword to throw off the investigation. But anti-magic field's a high-level spell, not many mages will be able to cast it. I doubt any of the nobles here will let us see their spell compendiums. But because of how powerful anti-magic field is, we can still conclude that the murderer is a powerful mage. This actually narrows down our list of suspects. That's still not concrete evidence, though. And we haven't even spoken to all the suspects yet. Right, he never got a chance to speak with Lucio Steelwind. Given his status, you wonder if that would even be possible. Either way, it's a good start. It's not as if we're defending this case. Trial's getting close anyway. You don't doubt Miss Tomorrow's abilities, but you should share what you've learned with her before the trial begins. It's a little strange that you haven't seen her since the investigation began. But she might be meeting with Beatrice at the dungeon. Alright, we can go over there. Are we finally gonna figure out why Tyrion was so weirdly, like, evasive to her at the start of the case? We're out of the dungeon, search for Miss Tamora. She wasn't at the crime scene, so she must be here to discuss the case with Beatrice. Or at least that's what you thought, but you don't see her anywhere. Oh, Mr. Cuthbert. Oh, hi. So caught up in your thoughts, you didn't notice you were walking right in front of Beatrice's cell. Didn't expect to see you here. You... Ah! Celeste lets out a shriek as Eris approaches you two from behind. For a split second, you see her hand dart towards her sword. It appears that she still hasn't gotten over her instinctual fear of Eris. Eris, what are you doing here? Beatrice is actually an acquaintance of my father. Sent me here to help her through the ordeal. So if you know her dad... Oh, you know what? That could be who her debt's to. That brings up many more questions, but you don't really have time to pull on that thread. You have less than an hour before the trial begins. You need to find Miss Tamora. Have either of you seen Miss Tamora? I have some things to share with her. She was just here, but she left to retrieve some documents from her office. You have an idea when she'll be back? Didn't say, but if your discussion has something to do with the case, I would pass a message on to her. I feel a little hesitant for some reason, but it is her life on the line. And what you know about what you found during your investigation, it's her. Okay, let me tell you what I know. Spend some time going through your findings with Beatrice. From your list of suspects to possible motives behind the murder. Notice that with each revelation, she becomes more uneasy. The idea of someone framing her must be stressing her out. I see, you've certainly been thorough. Yes, but I still have no concrete evidence that points to anyone. What? I'm sorry, I was just deep in thought. And you were able to catch one of those thoughts. Beatrice, I'm sure that you're aware that Prince Astor has your best interest at heart. No, but though we haven't spoken for the last 5 years, I still consider him your friend. And I suppose you have no issue with me sharing these findings with him? Of course not. What was that? I thought you just said that she was involved. She actually murdered her father? Something wrong, Mr. Cuthbert. Look a little pale. Beatrice was actually behind this, but how? She's completely blind. She could have navigated through the manor and avoided the guards. You must be taking your thoughts out of context. That's it. Mr. Cuthbert, perhaps you should get some rest. You look dreadfully tired. Think very carefully about what to say next. There's one way to get a certain entry through the eye, but if you're wrong... Beatrice, you weren't actually involved in this, were you? Tyrion? See her gaze narrow in response to your question. Once again, she claps her hands together. She's clearly trying to stay calm. They've been kind of bringing up that Tyrion looks tired throughout the last little bit. Like, he hasn't been sleeping well. Like, that was a whole thing during the last case, but that was because he was in a place he really didn't want to be physically. Going back to an old home area. But maybe he still hasn't gotten good sleep, because maybe it's only been like a week or two. You suspect me now, Mr. Cuthbert? You didn't answer my question, Beatrice. As if I'd even need to justify it with a response. But no, Mr. Cuthbert, I'm not responsible for my father's murder. An accomplice, though. An accomplice. Did she work together with someone? Cuthbert? Miss Tamora! Dementor seems to have sensed the mood in the air. She raises an eyebrow at you. Miss Tamora, can I speak with you alone for a second? Okay. What's wrong? Is everything okay? Miss Tamora, Beatrice, she actually did murder William Frege. Miss Tamora gaze narrows. Her eyes dart around the room to make sure the guards didn't overhear you. What are you talking about? How could you possibly know that? I used the Eye of Horus on her. Inspired with someone else to orchestrate William Frege's death. Have you told anyone else about this? No, it's not as if they'd believe me anyway. You're the only person who knows about my abilities. Yes, she is blind. If memory serves from what they said earlier tonight, she wasn't blind through most of her youth, but around 5 years ago, not long before she left the family, she was involved in an accident that caused her to lose her eyesight. Okay, just stay quiet about this for the time being. Anyways, I need to get ready. The trial starts in half an hour. What? You're not seriously going to defend her, are you? Of course I am. I'm her attorney. But she's guilty. I saw it. Look, at this point, I don't know what you saw. Think I can just abandon a client minutes before a trial? No, but it's not for either of us to decide who's guilty or who's not. Everyone has a right to an attorney. The court system needs a defense attorney and a prosecutor to keep things fair. More importantly, you had no right to use the Eye of Horus on my client without my permission. What? But... I don't have time to argue about this. We will be talking about this later. Before you have a chance to respond, Miss Tamora walks away. Plus, sees both of you and awkwardly approaches you. Hey, Tyrion, is everything okay? Celeste, I think Beatrice was actually behind this. What? You don't blame her for not believing you. It's not as if you can tell her about the Eye of Horus. Although, why haven't you told me? Alright, I believe you. What? You wouldn't say something like that if you weren't sure, right? I mean, if what you're saying is true, what do we do now? Think long and hard for a moment. I don't think we need to do anything. What? Theowen's handling the prosecution, and she's definitely no pushover. If Beatrice is truly guilty, I'll just have to trust her to get the job done. By the way, I don't think we're in any position to get involved. Alright, you say so. Really none of your business. You have no stake in this. You're not obligated to do anything. You've done everything you can. It's in their hands now. It's none of your business. This isn't your fight. William Frege was a tyrant and a bigot anyway. He's a noble who did nothing but steal wealth from the common folk. The world's better off without him. It's not as if you didn't try. All you have to do is wait for the trial to run its course.
Objection!
Your Honor, I'm afraid you can't pass a verdict just yet.
Mr. Cuthbert?
Cuthbert? What the hell are you doing? I don't know. What I do know is that there's a massive contradiction in Miriam Frege's testimony. Were you kidding? As if you ever the type of person to stand by and do nothing. This is interesting. Is this gonna be the first time we're actively, like, playing the part of a prosecutor on the whole? Like, yeah, I guess you do throughout both investigations games, but you're not really framed as a prosecutor through those because it's not in the standard court setup for most of it. Your Honor, the defense, the prosecution, I would like the right to cross-examine this witness. Bailiff, please arrest Mr. Cuthbert. I'm holding it in contempt of court. Ah, wait. You didn't really think this through, did you? Instead of following his orders, the bailiff walks over to the judge's podium and whispers something into his ear. What? I see. Very well, then. What is saying? It appears that Miss Steelwind has somehow predicted this would happen. In accordance with her wishes, Mr. Cuthbert may act as the prosecutor in her stead. What the hell? You can't be serious. I'm honestly just as surprised as you are, Miss Tamora. But Miss Steelwind has apparently designated him as her stand-in. Unorthodox, but it's also legal. I recall something strange that Steelwind asked you yesterday. Earlier today, rather. So what would you do if one of your clients was guilty? I suppose I'd withdraw. Lawyer, yeah, same line we saw earlier. Steelwind, did she somehow know this would happen? Well, this isn't how I expected the trial to go. It's weird. Okay, this is weird in a weird, different way. Because this is the camera angle we're used to seeing in, specifically, I think, the 3D Ace Attorneys for when you're behind the stand. But it's not the one that we use in the 2D ones, which is what we've been going up to this point. Shortly after you barged into the prosecutor's table, Celeste awkwardly followed you. Curiously, she did so only after the bailiff didn't arrest you. So really doing this. What's wrong? This feels weird. We're on the other side of the courtroom. I mean, this is where the prosecutor is supposed to stand. No, this feels way too jarring. Ruby, can you switch tables? What? Please ignore her. No, this is way too weird. Tyrion, get her to switch just us. Skill, Celeste. For the love of, I genuinely do not care. Cuthbert can have this side if he wants it so badly. With that out of the way, let's resume proceedings. Assuming that we're all at our preferred spots. We are, Your Honor. Much as you hate to admit it, you are more comfortable here. Not that you want to encourage her. With all these interruptions, I think it's best to review the proceedings up until now. The prosecution proposed that Beatrice Frega's motive for the murder was to claim the victim's inheritance. However, the defense brought forth a witness who testified that Beatrice was disinherited by her father 5 years ago. Am I correct, Miss Tamora? You are, Your Honor. Very well, considering the circumstances, I think it's best to have Lady Frega repeat her testimony. Bailiff, please escort Lady Frega to the stand once more. Miss Frega, could you please give your testimony to the court once more? Of course. Right, this is probably the exact same as it was last time. I doubt they even changed anything. I should pay more attention. One day we all woke up and discovered Beatrice had fled from our home. She left a note for us, and in it she renounced her name and denounced my father. My father later called me and my sister into his study. He told us he'd completely disowned Beatrice and ruined any claim she had to the Frega estate. It was probably a threat to us in case we ever chose to go down the same path he did. He wanted to make an example out of her. This all happened 5 years ago. So your father disinherited Beatrice shortly after her departure? Yes, he did. As such, Beatrice would have no motive to murder her father. Any inheritance she could have received would have long been gone by the mind of the murder. Is that really true, though? Now that we've seen other things, not exactly. That must have been a surprise for all of you. Did she tell anyone else about her plan? No, she didn't. Not without a word with anyone. Is she sincere about what she's saying? What I've heard about your father, I don't find that surprising. It's clear to everyone that involved my client was not treated well by her father. That's what drove her to sacrifice her claim to the Frega estate. Father had many responsibilities. He had much to consider. And that justified his treatment of your sister? By being her witness, Mr. Moore really isn't holding back against Miriam. Now we know that's false now. Because of what Leaf said.
Objection!
Miss Frega, it's clear that you're regretful of how your eldest sister was treated. That guilt must have eaten at you all these years. Cuthbert, I know you don't have a good history with the witness, but you shouldn't rub salt in her wounds. I was merely pointing out to the witness's personal connection to the defendant, Miss Tamora. She clearly regrets not standing up for her sister all those years ago. Perhaps she's trying to make up for that by lying to protect her. Excuse me, I did nothing of the sort. Miss Frega, you testified that your father disinherited Beatrice 5 years ago. However, I have testimony from another witness who spoke with the victim on the night of the murder. After Beatrice's meeting with William Frega, he openly declared he would be removing her from his will. He even entered his study to draft a new will to reflect that decision. So that raises the following question. Why would the victim need to declare that he was disinheriting the defendant? It doesn't make sense if he had already disinherited her 5 years ago. Is that so? Well, who did you hear this from? They have no understanding of my father's estate. They had no understanding. Miriam, the testimony came directly from your sister, Leaf. What? And she should also have been present during this alleged meeting 5 years ago. Well, so she must be mistaken then.
Objection!
Your Honor, how can we trust a second-hand testimony from a witness who isn't here? Wouldn't it make more sense to have Leaf give her testimony directly? I must agree with you, Mr. Mora. Lady Frega, Leaf Frega should be here to clear up this misunderstanding. Way too calm. What if she... You're not sure if it was intentional, but Miriam's first testimony was false. You lying to protect Beatrice? And if so, is Mr. Mora expecting Leaf to do the same?
Bailiff, please escort Leif Frege to the stand.
Miss Frege, when we spoke earlier, you mentioned that your father decided to disinherit Beatrice. And he decided to do this after the meeting on the night of the murder. Is that correct?
Yes, I did say that. You see, Leif, Cuthbert doubts the testimony given by your younger sister. He seems to think that she's committed perjury.
What? I wouldn't go so far as to say.
Witness, lying under oath is a serious crime. It would have harsh consequences even from one of your sister's status.
Oh, she couldn't have...
Wonderful, are you saying that you can corroborate your sister's testimony?
Miss Tamora, you can't just intimidate the witness.
I have no idea what you're talking about, Cuthbert. I'm just telling the witness what may or may not happen depending on what she does next. The choice is ultimately hers.
So, Leif, assuming Miriam wasn't lying under oath, could please testify to the court to confirm what your sister said? They accidentally worded.
Yes, of course.
See, Miriam was quite young when my father called us into his study 5 years ago. She didn't understand what he was really doing. My father would often lie to us. It was one of the many ways he kept us in line. The encounter that Miriam described was just another one of his lies. Despite their disagreements, my father would never disinherit Beatrice without good reason. He always held on to the possibility that she would just become desperate enough to return home. The truth is that none of us knew what my father was planning to do for House Frege's future.
Wait.
We know that now, though, because of his plan to marry you off.
See, Cuthbert, the truth is much more complicated. No one could have really known what William Frege was planning for his estate.
Leif is definitely trying to cover for William, and Miss Tamora's playing her like a fiddle. Luckily for you, she's not the only person who gave her statement to you. So you're saying Miriam's testimony was based on a misunderstanding?
Yes, my father was never direct with his actions. He always knew what to say to plant seeds of doubt in people's minds.
What a dick.
I'm aware of how it sounds, but he had much to consider outside of the family. The Freges is one of the pillars of
Fuck. Oh, I'm tripping all over myself.
Keeping the family aligned with our house's goals is one of his responsibilities.
It's clear she doesn't agree with what she's saying. Now she's trying to keep the family name clean. Even after she renounced her name and denounced him?
My father was always more pragmatic than vengeful. I imagine he expected her to fail on her own, and if she ever came back, she would be forced to rely on him. If he could make someone like Beatrice feel powerless, he could get the rest of us to fall into line. Looking back, I suppose that's all we ever were to him, assets to be appraised and traded.
There's a bit of resentment in her voice. Yeah, no fucking shit, though.
Objection!
Miss Frege, did you really have no idea about House Frege's future?
No, I didn't. My father made sure of that. As I told you, he kept many secrets and wasn't above lying to manipulate us.
But with Beatrice gone, you would have been the one to inherit your father's estate. Would you really be ignorant of your house's plans for House Frege? Unfortunately for you, I don't think you'd be that careless. In fact, I have it on good authority that you knew exactly how William's inheritance would be divided before that night.
What?
Leif, according to Lloyd von Sanctus, you were arranged into a diplomatic marriage with his son. You expressed resistance to this arrangement, am I correct?
I have no reason to comment on that matter.
Cuthbert, the witness's personal matters are hardly any of our business. Yes, I must ask that you keep this discussion relevant to the case. Your Honor, Leif's resistance to this marriage is exactly how I know that her testimony is false. She was extremely averse to this marriage. Because of that, she made sure to know every detail about how it would affect her and her house. And that includes how House Frege would be inherited by her future husband. That raises the question, Leif. If you already knew the intricate details of this marriage, why would your father tell you he was disinheriting your sister? That statement would only make sense if Beatrice was already in his will beforehand. That would render Miriam's testimony false and constitute a motive for the defendant.
Objection!
You present a decent argument, Cuthbert, but your claims rely on one assumption.
And what assumption would that be, Miss Tamora? Even if he was lying, the victim declared he was revoking Beatrice's inheritance. She must have already been named in the will previously, otherwise there would have been no need for him to say that. It wouldn't make any sense otherwise.
And that's where your assumption is. You're assuming that William Frege was acting logically.
What are you talking about?
It's clear that William Frege was extremely controlling of his daughters.
By your own admission, Leaf Frege was resistant to the marriage he arranged by her father. In addition to that, a few months ago, Miriam Frege found herself wrapped in controversy regarding the Nightgrave trial. And finally, to make matters worse, Beatrice Frege, the prodigal child, finally returned and made a public appearance during the Lord's Ball. What are you trying to insinuate? In his eyes, William Frege's ability to keep his daughters in line was clearly weakening. He must have gotten desperate and made a grand declaration in a feeble attempt to scare you, Leaf. Even if that declaration was clearly inconsistent. But he wasn't. Your ability to remember must be muddled by the shock of your father's death. His statement couldn't possibly have been true. If by some chance it were true, it would make you guilty of perjury. Or perhaps it was Miriam that was lying in her testimony. If your father's statement were true, the court might be inclined to investigate her for lying on the stand. Miss Tamora, are you threatening her? As I said before, I'm merely stating the facts. The witness is free to act as she sees fit. I'm just asking her to consider the potential consequences of what she says next. Damn it, she's pressuring Leaf to side with her. Clearly conflicted, though. Isn't there anything you can do? I feel a sense of clarity when you look at her. The Eye of Horus reacting to her stress? Wonder. Sorry, I need time to think. Don't stare at me like that, Mr. Cuthbert. No, wait. It's too late.
Naught can remain concealed.
You did it! You activated the Empowered Eye! There has to be something in her mind you can use. The state of her father's inheritance is the backbone of your case. Is there anything in her mind that could definitively prove what was on his will? Alright. And they're talking about the inheritance, so that evidence itself feels like it'd be the most relevant. It's this one? Much as I hate to admit it, this trial's a perfect opportunity to back out of the arranged marriage. Von Sanctus's holdings are weakening by the day, and I doubt he'll be able to put up as much resistance. Once Beatrice inherits the estate, we might be able to rebuild our family. Assuming Beatrice will inherit House Frege. That confidence must mean she's certain of what was in William's will. How do you prove that? How do we prove that she... Beatrice, after all these years, you finally returned. I believe this is how things have ended up. Only I was as strong as you, I'd be able to endure this. Didn't get any leads from that, you should try something else. That's the same line as the inheritance. Autopsy report? Otherwise I can maybe start submitting, like, people, like her sister. Why would Miriam say those things? Am I ever remembering what happened? Well, I would have remembered something like that. You're trying to protect Beatrice. Miriam's testimony was a conscious lie. Beatrice's inheritance wasn't revoked until the night of the murder. Yeah, let's try the autopsy report. Make her think we're father directly on top of the inheritance. Father, I know we had our differences, but I did love you, and I never wanted you to die. He was genuinely surprised and regretful about his death. In your encounter earlier, you know that Beatrice had an accomplice, but you doubt it was Leaf. What am I thinking about this? How did both of the swords find their way into Beatrice's room? Rackarov... No, Miss McCoy's sword is one thing, but he couldn't have possibly broken into Haraldson's gallery. Oh, he wasn't really fixated on it. What? Does she know how Celeste's sword was taken? Much as you want to follow that lady, it'll be all for nothing. We can't turn the trial in your favor. Try something else. After all these years. Okay, that's the same dialogue. Anyone else I could send into her brain? was about to say Aster, but he's surprisingly absent from this, even though Ulrich's here. Von Sanctus? Much as I hate to admit it. Okay, no, that's the same line as the other thing. Oh, you might be able to use, like, multiple items to get the insight filled. Think about Beatrice and accomplices brought that up. Ruby could be one, I guess, in this case. Oh god, actually, wait, if she's involved in the murder itself as well. Be Tamora. I've heard stories about her. Never expected Beatrice to hire someone like her. Wonder if she'll be at the will reading tomorrow. Will reading? She must be talking about William Frega's will. I believe you've had enough time for deliberation, Mr. Cuthbert. Are you able to prove the defendant's motive or not? I'm not, Your Honor. At least, not yet. It's clear that we won't get anywhere until we confirm the state of William Frega's will. And we can easily confirm that tomorrow morning, when William Frega's will is read to his family. How did you... I see. Once his will is read, it'll become public record. I suppose I have no choice but to suspend this trial until such time that William Frega's will is read.
Objection!
This is ludicrous. The case against my client is completely outrageous. We've spent the entire court proceedings arguing if her motive even exists. The prosecution has very little evidence that physically implicates my client. Miss Tamora, you clearly don't believe that the defendant had anything to do with the murder. Of course I don't. She's completely innocent. Well, if your client didn't murder the victim, who did? Sneaky little... Your Honor, with no other suspects, are you in a position to pass a verdict? No, I'm not. Got it. I won't lie. Doing that to someone after how many games of having that happen to me? Satisfying. Mr. Cuthbert is correct. The court does not have enough information to pass a verdict. Until the Inquisition has time to investigate these new developments, I'll be suspending today's trial. They'll resume the trial tomorrow afternoon. Court is adjourned. Well, that happened. Sorry, I kinda acted without thinking. But out of everything that happened today, I can't believe that Steelwind somehow knew you'd do that. Right, that is strange. Seriously predict what I'd do off of that one conversation? Considering how things turned out, you suppose she was right on the mark. It was still a large leap of faith. Anyways, we have some time to ourselves. I'd very much like to catch up on some sleep. Yeah, today's been exhausting for a lot of reasons. Oh, that's right! Also, now think about it. You brought up, Ant brought up that Tyrion looks tired. They literally didn't sleep last night because they were held into questioning at the Lord's Ball the entire night. And your work's only started. You still have no idea who Beatrice's accomplice was. The will reading was just an opportunity to stall for time. The question remains, who really murdered William Frega? What the hell was that? Why is your son filling in for Arya? Listen, I have the situation under control. That's true. I'd hate to see a situation you consider out of control. Eris. My father's not pleased with today's developments. He promised that the verdict would be passed before William Frega's will became public record. This has thrown quite the wrench in our plans. I understand. Cuthbert's just confused, but he's not a threat to us. We'd better hope you're right, Tamora. Or else your poor ward might suffer the same fate as Prosecutor Steelwind. What? House Frega's too important of a prize for us to let go. Bring us results, Tamora, or else we'll continue to take more drastic measures. Jesus, this kid. For the first time since the Lord's Ball, you were finally able to get some sleep. Woke up this morning refreshed, but also a little anxious about the results of the will reading. You arrived back at Frega Manor to see that Beatrice, Leaf, Miriam, and Von Sanctus have all gathered, along with Miss Tamora, who will accompany Beatrice as her attorney. Not really sure what to say to her after everything you've done. The air still feels too awkward to approach her and talk about it.
Thank you all for coming here today. As William Frega's close associate, I must express my deepest condolences for your loss. I think I speak for all of Wivengard as I say.
Now, just get on with it.
Very well, then.
To get straight to the point, Lord Frega's will was magically sealed when it was given to me. He asked me, his executor, not to submit it to the courts for probate until after his death.
Although I imagine none of us expected such a time to come so unexpectedly. Anyways, Lord Frega's assets include sole ownership of several banking houses throughout Wyverngard, 10 million gold in various investments.
10 million? 10 million gold. You can't even begin to imagine what anyone could do with that fraction of a wealth.
And lastly, sole control and ownership of the Frega noble house.
The executor takes out a large envelope and uses a runestone to dispel the magical seal on it.
I, William Frega, being of sound mind and body, do hereby declare this to be my last will and testament. I hereby devise and bequeath all my assets and property, both real and personal, to Jaden von Sanctus, provided he enters a legal and binding contract with my daughter, Lee Frega, within 6 months of the date of my death.
What? That's...
William must have added that addendum to prevent von Sanctus from trying to steal his empire. But a legal and binding engagement is predicated on Leaf accepting it. Clearly doesn't want to go through with it, so if she waited simply 6 months, von Sanctus wouldn't have any claim to the estate.
In the event that Jaden von Sanctus does not enter engagement with the specified time frame, my assets and property shall be distributed as such. All of House Frega will be divided equally among my children, as per the laws of our kingdom.
You are right, William Frega never disinherited Beatrice. This would make Miriam's testimony false. And since Beatrice would receive a portion of William's inheritance, she had a motive to commit the murder. Glance at Miriam. It's hard to read her expression, but something appears to be on her mind. Without a word, she walks out of the room, ignoring Beatrice and Leaf. Leaf, on the other hand, seems to be in good spirits. Isn't this great, Beatrice? We can lead House Frega now, just as it should have been.
Actually, about that, in light of recent events, I believe I should clarify one thing. As per the Slayer rule, if Beatrice Frega is found guilty in the current court case, her inheritance will be revoked and divided between you and your sister.
I see.
That can't be all, can it? Surely William added a note about Leaf's obligation to marry my son.
I'm not sure what you're trying to imply. The Frega is an adult with legal autonomy. She's free to make whatever decision she wishes about who she legally marries. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Wait, we're not finished yet! Come back here!
I'd love to catch up with you. I was only allowed out of my cell to attend the reading. You notice an Inquisition down outside the door. Seems to be watching Beatrice intently. But don't worry, I'm sure once this misunderstanding is resolved, we can talk all about our family's future. Of course. Knights lead Beatrice out of the manor, and Leaf follows after them, leaving you and Celeste alone with Miss Tamora. Awkward. Oh, wow. About what I did. Look, I'm not angry, Cuthbert. Oh? It was an extremely unforeseen situation, and Steelwind clearly put you on the spot. Felt pressured to do something, and you made a rash decision. I'm sure the court will understand if you withdraw. Wait, what? Cuthbert, you're not a prosecutor. You know that, right? Didn't you become an attorney to defend persecuted mages? Beatrice is guilty. I saw it. I'm not going to argue about this again. You're going to withdraw. This is not up for discussion. Always regarded and deeply respected Miss Tamora. And you suppose that's always made you deeply scared of disappointing her. Perhaps she's right. She knows more about what's going on than you do, and she's still your mentor. Want to believe that, you really do. Now you know this is wrong. Miss Tamora may believe in Beatrice's innocence, but you can't just abandon this case and let her escape justice. Your hands are trembling. You're so scared right now. You know what you have to say, but the words won't leave your mouth. Behind you, you feel Celeste holding your trembling hand. It's warm and comforting. Same sensation you felt back then. You can feel her hand as if she's finally telling you that you know what you have to do. Your anxiety fades and you take a deep breath. I'm not going to do that, Miss Tamora. What? You said it yourself. Our court system needs a defense attorney and a prosecutor to keep equal power. That's not what I'm not going to withdraw. If you believe in Beatrice's innocence, and if you truly believe you're on the right side, then prove it by beating me. Fine, do what you want, but you're only going to make things harder for everyone. Tyrion? As soon as Mr. Morse steps out of the room, your body drops to the floor. Whatever bravery you felt before got replaced with an extreme amount of fatigue. Scaled, Lord, that's the first time I've ever spoken to her like that. You still did it. You stood your ground. Figuratively, I mean. But right now you're just kind of sitting on the floor. I need to take a moment. Can we go back to the ballroom? You return to the ballroom and take a moment to recover. Spot Commander Wyatt at the edge of the room, but you don't pay him much notice. Takes you a while before you feel ready to stand. You okay? Yeah, I just needed a moment. Anyway, the whale reading brought us a few more hours to investigate the murder. We should take advantage of the information we just learned.
So, where should we start first?
Or the prosecutor now.
Oh, it's been a while since I had a gumshoe attached to me.
Right, you're the prosecutor now, so that would technically make you his boss for the time being.
This is weird, right?
Yep. Awkwardness aside, I've never really led a task force before. But what Steelwind normally do in this situation?
Well, she'd normally have us investigate areas of interest.
Right, the context of the investigation tends to change after each round of court proceedings. Well, we're lacking a lot of physical evidence. Did you and the Inquisition search the gallery in Beatrice's room? Perhaps you can find evidence of how the spell of sword eating was stolen.
Whatever you say, boss.
That covers the Inquisition, but what are we going to do? Clear that Lord Frega's inheritance plays a large role in this case. Even if it's not valid, we should take a look at the modified will he was drafting. It might give us some insight about what he was really planning to do with his inheritance. Alright, so over to his study.
Come on, where is it?
As you enter William Frega's study, you spot a figure rummaging through the drawers of his desk.
Isn't it here? Where else would he put it?
Miriam?
What?
As soon as she notices you, Miriam quickly closes the drawers and walks towards you. But you already saw what she was doing. She was definitely looking for something. This is a crime scene. What are you doing here, Miriam?
As if that's any of your business.
Considering that I'm the prosecutor now, it's very much my business. Give a side glance to the knights stationed outside the room. They should have stopped her from entering, but perhaps she used her status to intimidate them into letting her through. However, this could be a blessing in disguise. She was clearly looking for something in this room, and now you have a feeling you know what it is. Any of these details change? Yeah, these are all the same dialogue bits.
Prepario Arcanum.
You appear to be looking for something, Miriam. What could be so important that you'd disturb an active crime scene?
It's none of your concern. I'm merely trying to find something that belongs to me.
Really, because I have a feeling we might be looking for the same thing. You're looking for the will that your father was drafting, aren't you?
That's...
Are you trying to destroy it before we could get to it?
No, of course not. I just need to see it for myself.
Oh, is she also suspicious of Beatrice? Why are you so determined to see the drafted will, Miss Frega?
I wanted to see what my father's final wishes were.
And your father already had a will filed previously. Wouldn't that be enough?
You also suspect something, don't you? Of course not! Beatrice would never do something like this!
Miss Frega, I never even mentioned Beatrice.
I know how things look, but please understand, I'm just trying to get to the truth. I don't think your sister did this, but she may have been involved. She may have worked with someone else to orchestrate her father's death. Unlike Leaf, she didn't immediately deny it. That means she already had her own suspicions.
Where's the will, Miriam? I need to see it.
I don't know. I haven't been able to find it.
Well, that she was frantically searching William's desk earlier, she's probably telling the truth.
It should have been here, but I can't find it.
He locked the door when he began drafting it, and in addition to that, the Inquisition closed the area off after the body was discovered. That means someone took it during the lockdown.
It was probably stolen by whoever murdered him, right?
Yeah, that would make the most sense. Which means whoever did this wanted to nullify whatever was written on it. Looking more and more like the motive behind this was William's inheritance. Anyways, it looks like we won't be able to just find the will, but the fact it was taken must imply something. For now, we should follow our other leads. There's also the question of who committed the murder and how. And we already know the how. The murderer stole the spell of sword eating and used it to break into the study. That's true. Think about how they would have needed to move around the manor. The murder took place on the first floor within William Frega's study. But the gallery was on the second floor. They would have needed to go upstairs, steal the sword from the gallery, and then use it to nullify the lock on this study. Not only that, they would have needed to go back upstairs and plant the sword in Beatrice's room. About that, if someone conspired with Beatrice to do this, why would they plant the sword in her room? That's a good point. Perhaps they had a falling out. Her partner might have tried to betray her by pinning the blame on her. But if that were true, why wouldn't she just sell them out and make a deal with Steelwind? It'd be because of the Slayer rule. Slayer rule. I remember that guy at the will reading also mentioning that. What is it? It's a law passed by the Crown centuries ago. According to law, if someone is involved in another person's death, even accidentally, they will not be allowed to inherit the deceased's property. So even if Beatrice wasn't directly responsible, she'd lose her cut of the inheritance if she took a plea deal. More importantly, it doesn't sound like Miriam completely believes in Beatrice's innocence either. Vault 22 months, 5 month streak fixed now. Hell yeah. How's your studying going? I hope it's going well. Because even though I have no idea what the hell was the term you said? Combinatorics are? That just sounds like a hellscape of math that I cannot begin to understand. If that's true, what else can she tell you? Miriam, it almost sounds like you suspect Beatrice as well. That's... Am I incorrect? I don't know what to think anymore. Wait, she was threatened? Miriam, did Beatrice threaten you in some way? What? Of course not! Your testimony yesterday was quite convenient for the defense. It almost got the entire case thrown out. And Leaf didn't seem to understand what was going on either. But the way she gave her testimony yesterday, it almost was like she was covering for you. Please, promise me that you won't tell anyone about this. I won't tell anyone. What happened? About an hour after the murder, I was approached by Ruby Timora. She gave me a list of statements to give in my testimony. The statements weren't true, but she assured me that my status would protect me from any scrutiny. What? She had information that I had tried to keep secret, and she threatened to make it public unless I cooperated with her. Oh. No, she would never do that! I'm telling the truth. Please, you can't tell Timora what I told you. She'll ruin me. The guy shows her fear is genuine. She's not lying. Combinatorics is the mathematical study of counting and involves studying about groups, combinations, and permutations of said group members. Ah! That's a study that makes sense to exist, but I never would have thought about the potential of existing until right now. And honestly, there's probably like 30 other versions of math in the, like a combination of like math and sociology that makes sense with that. Combinatorics. So he was telling the truth back then. Because they can't be true. I refuse to believe it. Hey, Tyrion, are you okay? Now's not the time to doubt yourself. There's too much at stake right now. And you have a job to do. We should check on Commander White. He might have found something. Okay. Don't push yourself, okay? Yeah. You'll have plenty of time to think about this later. Oh. Alright, so that's gonna be that, so we're over to bedroom, I guess? Enter Beatrice's bedroom and see the Inquisition combing through it. Looks like their search just focused under her bed. Oh, hey kid. Commander, still doing a deep search of the room, but we're not done yet. Probably come back later. Alright, time for the sitting room. As you move around the manor, you peek into the sitting room to see if Von Sanctus is still there. What the fuck? Jesus Christ! Who's the Fire Emblem character? You don't see him there, but you spot another individual. He's calmly reading some sort of book, but you can feel a menacing aura emanating from him. It's aura. You must be daft if you think I wouldn't notice your presence. What? Did he notice you? You barely entered the room. Before you have a chance to respond, the man pulls out his great axe and rushes towards you. Oh, wait, You bring up your arms to block his blow, but in hindsight, that probably won't do much against an axe that large. Protegus. You open your eyes. Celeste is now standing between you and the axe-wielding maniac. Not sure about what happened, but it looks like she knocked him several feet backward. Oh, it's you two. What the hell was that? You could have killed him. You shouldn't have snuck up on me like that. I almost cleaved him in two. Tyrion didn't do anything wrong. Who the hell do you think you are? I am Lord Lucio Steelwind, Grand General of the Wyvern Guard Military Forces. Holy shit. So this is Prosecutor Steelwind's father. They do share the same intimidating stare, although she clearly gets her hair color from her mother. Although, he's not the most menacing person in the room right now. Celeste, it's fine, I'm not hurt. Looks more than irate right now. She begrudgingly sheaths her sword. Anyways, Lord Steelwind is one of the people who had it with a motive to murder William Frege. And as a fellow head of a pillar house, he might have some information about William and his affairs. Any of these change? Doubt it. That's the same line that,
Imperio Arcanum.
Von Sanctus had, too. If looks could kill.
McCoy, one might misinterpret that look of yours as murderous intent.
Ah, guess you do have some battle instincts after all. I also wasn't sure since you so obviously have a silver spoon stuck up your... Celeste!
Such a lack of respect and discipline.
Let the hydration flow. Thanks, Allie. Hope you're doing well tonight, homie. Water.
You were one of my soldiers, I'd have you hung.
If I was one of your soldiers, I'd hang myself. Jesus Christ, Celeste. Okay, let's all try to stay simple here. Lord Steelwind, you were here at the Lord's Ball when the murder occurred, am I correct? Doing alright, just had my join. This one is finished the Breaking Bad with people against. We're getting ready to start Better Call Saul soon. Hell yeah. Good luck with chicanery. Oh boy. This has been really solid so far. There are definitely some weird quirks to it that I don't like compared to, say, like Ace Attorney itself. Like, for instance, in Ace Attorney, whenever you go to your character's inner thoughts, it's told in first person, like Phoenix will go, oh shit, I have no idea what's going on. In this, it's weirdly in second person, which kind of flows weird. Like, it's like, you wonder what's going on, but you have no idea. All you know is that this person did this, which is just... I don't like that. And they've been building towards a main plot a lot more strongly than most of the Ace Attorneys do. Barring Great Ace Attorney on the whole, I guess.
I was.
You mind if I ask you some questions about what you saw that night? If that's okay with you.
I suppose if I must oblige, considering that my daughter has so unceremoniously thrust her responsibilities onto you.
I'm sorry about what happened to your daughter. I'm sure you're very worried.
It's her own fault for exerting herself despite her injuries. Even the bravest warrior knows when to stay off the battlefield.
How can you say that? Your daughter was trying to do the right thing.
By prosecuting the heiress of House Frege. She had very little evidence to substantiate a conviction. If she wanted to strike a blow on the rival house, she should have been certain that her enemy would fall. But now, if Beatrice Frege is found innocent, any hopes of an alliance between the House Frege and House Steelwind will be completely annihilated.
It's clear that he and the prosecutor have vastly different priorities. Where were you throughout the night, Lord Steelwind?
I so loathe gatherings like that. They're a complete waste of time. I was in this room, and I received word that Lord Frege's lost heiress had made an unexpected appearance. He was supposedly speaking with the Crown Prince, so I made my way to the ballroom.
Did you speak with him at any point?
No, I kept my distance and stayed near the King's Guard.
Was this because you were wary of Beatrice Frege?
Yes, I was. The Crown Prince had always been a blue heart, and the Freges are trained to sharpen their tongue from birth. I needed to make sure that she wouldn't try to interfere with his engagement.
I'm worried that she was going to try to take Aster back.
I was, but it was clear it wasn't her intention.
But you did overhear their conversation. What were they talking about?
Their conversation was completely inane. It was all just small talk. Lady Frege spent most of her time playing with Prince Alaric.
Right, Aster's younger brother was there too. You know that Beatrice had some role in the murder, even if she wasn't directly responsible. Did she somehow have some unknown goal by speaking with Aster and his brother? You went to the barroom when you heard that Beatrice had returned. Was this before or after the lockdown?
It was before the lockdown.
Sounds about right. This means she was accounted for before the theft was reported. And did you see her leave at any point?
No, she spoke with the two princes for quite a while. She didn't leave their side until she was arrested for Lord Frege's murder.
What? That means she was accounted for the entire night. So then why did they blame her to begin with? Besides just the who else could it be kind of angle of it. Thought said she was an accomplice in Lady's death. Was she there to distract the Kingsguard? Thank you for answering our questions, Lord Steelwind.
I'm merely repaying my daughter's debt to you.
He was surprisingly pretty cooperative, but that doesn't lift any suspicion off him just yet. Need to find more evidence if you want to know for sure. Anyways, we should probably move somewhere else. Let's go, Celeste.
McCoy,
What?
your spellcasting is undisciplined, but your battle stance and reflexes are commendable. You have my respect as a warrior.
As if that means anything coming from you.
What an undisciplined and defiant brat.
Alright, so now we're probably heading back to the bedroom.
Keep it in that corner, don't let it get away.
Get away from him! As you enter Beatrice's room, you see the Inquisition cornering something near the back of the room. It's some sort of animal, a wolf to be exact. Wait, is that? I recall spotting that same wolf on the night of the Lord's Ball. Has it been in the house since the murder? What? Did you just read his thoughts? Must see the Inquisition as intruders in his territory. But does that mean he seems to sees this room as his home? So they start to walk toward him. Wait, Tyrion!
Stay back, kid, it's a wild animal. There's no telling what it'll do.
You ignore them and continue to approach him. Don't worry, I'm not here to hurt you. Oh, I really wish I had a stream deck right about now. I could just put a bark sound effect and just bark, 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 bark.
He can speak language of dog.
Wait, you can understand me? Why are you talking to it? Do I go with a super threatening voice, super noble because wolf, or super friendly because doggy? Ah, it's a doggy. You're speaking plain dog. Of course Tracker understand. What's going on here? Is the Eye of Horus allow you to speak with him? We never really tried it before. Perhaps your powers aren't as limited to humans. Anyways, this could be a good opportunity. Elsie knows. Oh, I really hope I get to call this dog up onto the stand, repeat the whole Polly incident. Tracker, is that your name? How did you... Yes, Tracker is Tracker. That's the name Queen gave to me. Oh, he's got... Oh, God. Tracker gestures to the mentions his queen. Called you as queen. Do you know him, Leaf? Yes, but how are you talking to it? That's... We're so caught up in speaking to Tracker, you didn't realize how strange this scene must look to everyone else. I'm a dog whisperer. You've never mentioned that before.
Do you honestly expect us to believe something like that?
But Tracker says he can understand him. He told me himself. Wait, how do you know that? Familiar, got it. So, Leaf, how are you able to communicate with Tracker? I suppose there's no sense in hiding it anymore. Tracker is my familiar. Familiar, so it's the same magical bond Harold has with his monkey. You recall that the familial bond spell allows the caster to telepathically speak with her familiar. How's she speaking with him?
We never mentioned him during the questioning.
It wasn't relevant to the investigation. And I've been keeping it secret from my family. I suppose that makes sense. I doubt William Frege would have allowed you to keep an animal in his home.
Well, I don't appreciate you keeping this info from us, but it doesn't look like anyone got hurt. Aside from this dog, we haven't found anything new.
I really didn't find any more physical evidence in the theft. Looks like you've run into another dead end. Unless... Tracker, I saw you on the night of the murder. You what? Tracker. Really? Really? I'm not usually the biggest fans of memes being in games, but they held on to this for this long for this one character. He's supposed to stay in this room. Wait, is that why you won't allow servants to enter it? I didn't want to keep him in Beatrice's room, but he was very insistent that he stay here. Becker likes the ambiance. Right. Wait, if you live in this room, did you see who brought the sort of spell eating here? I already asked him about that, but he didn't see anyone. I'm taking a nap. Or he was outside even though I told him not to leave. Damn it. Becker see a lot of other things, though. Becker see many new people that night. Right, he was roaming the manor during the Lord's Ball. Must have seen a lot of new people. Wait, if he was walking around, he might have seen something that the Inquisition doesn't know about. Can you tell us what you saw on the night of the murder, Trekker?
Trekker see rats.
This may be more difficult than I thought. I need you to be more specific. Can you go in order, tell me about everyone you saw that night?
Okay.
Trekker was taking nap in room, but Trekker woke up from loud sounds outside. Trekker hears small things running through walls. Running in the walls? Trekker called Queen, but she didn't answer, so Trekker decided to check sound alone. Is there a dog? This is Leaf's familiar, and when he's stunned, he makes the Doge face.
Trekker follows sound outside. That's when Trekker smell the bad smell.
Bad smell?
That's when Trekker smell flying rat.
You smelled a flying rat. Did you mean like a pigeon?
Trekker could smell where rat is, so Trekker borked him. Trekker must have scared rat because he fell onto floor and dropped his stick.
The rat had a stick?
Trekker could see them now. So Trekker did one final bork to scare them off. The rats were scared and went back into the walls.
Went into the walls?
It's when Trekker picked up the stick rat dropped. Queen finally answered Trekker. He told him to go back to his room and hide. After message, Trekker brings stick back to room for inspection.
Do you remember what time this encounter happened?
What is time?
The existential questions of reality. Right, an animal wouldn't really have a concept of that. What did he say, Tyrion? Did he see anything? Well, he definitely saw something. Okay, let's try to take a moment to work on this. Trekker is an animal, and despite being able to speak with him, his use of words is very primitive. You should carefully examine each of his statements. The first thing he heard was small things running in the walls. You recall that someone else observed something similar that night. He heard the rats in the walls. Probably in the vents in specific, just like Jan heard. He must have heard the rats that Jan mentioned. They actually weren't running in the walls, they were running in the vents. Next thing he did was call the Queen, but she didn't answer. The Queen that he's referring to is probably Leaf, but Leaf wasn't with him at the time. Must have called out to her telepathically. I didn't message. Look at the familiar spell real quick. Telepathically communicate over any. Nothing can break it besides death, and we know Leaf's alive, so it's not like she was dead for like 5 minutes. But an anti-magic field could do that. Leaf didn't respond because she never got Trekker's message. The telepathic capabilities granted by familiar bond were disabled by the anti-magic field. It means that this encounter happened during the lockdown. That covers his first 2 statements, but you're not really sure what to make of the flying rat he saw. Trekker, why did you refer to the rat as flying?
Because rats don't usually jump and fly.
Yes, I got that. Is it possible what you saw wasn't really a rat?
Rats are rats. They're small things that run and hide.
A rat's a general term for him. For small animals that are acting suspiciously. Anyway, with everything you know, his last statement now doesn't make any sense. He said that the Queen finally answered him. What happened? This happened after he picked up the stick, but that shouldn't have been possible because of the anti-magic field. This makes too much sense. Holy shit. So she didn't steal it, something else did, and that's how it got into the room. Trekker, about that stick you found. Where did you put it after you came back to this room?
Trekker hides stick in safe space under the bed.
And this stick, did it look like the sword that my friend's carrying?
What? Hey, your friend stole my other stick!
Wait, your other stick?
Yeah, Trekker found it while he was hiding from Metalmen.
Metalmen? Is he referring to the Kingsguard? Must have left the bedroom when they were searching for the sword of spell eating. Wait, are you the one who stole Celeste's sword?
Trekker! Did Trekker do a bad?
It's as I suspected. Trekker was the one that brought the sword of spell eating here.
What?
I have no idea how or why, but the sword of spell eating was lying in a hallway somewhere. Trekker found it and brought it back to Beatrice's room. His room. Can't be. The person who framed Beatrice for the theft was... Or for Tracker, the Inquisition would have never honed in on Beatrice at all. But why would the Sword of Spell Eating be lying in a random hallway? Leaf, do you mind if I borrow Tracker for a little bit? It's okay, Queen. He smell good. Tracker, trust him. Thanks, I guess. Okay, but don't you allow me to accompany you. You know about Miriam's position. What does Leaf know about you prosecuting Beatrice? Also, she might try to sabotage the the investigation if you let her accompany you. But as Tracker's owner, you don't really have a choice. You nod to Leaf, as you also send a Soldier just Celeste to keep an eye on her. She silently nods and silently follows behind her. Alright, Tracker. Can you take us to the hallway where you found these rats? Sure thing, King. You've received a promotion. And we now have access to this hallway. You allow Tracker to lead you to the location where he found the Sword of Spell Eating. Surprisingly, it's pretty close to Beatrice's room. Apparently didn't travel very far because he met those rats he mentioned. As you continue toward your destination, Tracker suddenly becomes extremely tense. Tracker, what's wrong? Enemy. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh? Before you even have a chance to react, Tracker steps between you and Eris and begins angrily barking at her. Oh dear. Tracker, stop that! Leaf tries to calm Tracker down, but he's undeterred. He continues to bark at Eris, and it looks like it's taking all of Leaf's strength to hold him back. I'm terribly sorry, he's not usually like this. It's to be expected. Not sure why, but animals have always been able to see me for what I am. Animals have always disliked me. What is Eris doing here? You recall seeing her at the barracks, too. You said that her father's friends with Beatrice, but involved in this case somehow? Anyways, you came here for a purpose. You should examine this hallway and see if you can find any clues. These crystals supposedly generated an anti-magic field during the lockdown. However, the Sword of Spell Eating would make its wielder immune to these fields. There's an air vent over there. It looks like it goes from the ceiling to the ground floor. Is this where that rat escaped to, Tracker? That's where the jumping rat went. Thought you said it was a flying rat. Tracker see that too. Okay, it would probably be better just to move on. Yeah, that would... For some reason, especially whenever Eris is involved, things seem that the glitch effect shows up and text gets rewritten. And, like, it's completely reversed what some people are saying to be, like, helpful to us or completely harmful to us, depending on the situation. Like, we already know Eris is a very involved character in things just because of who we know her father to be now. But she's clearly got some pretty unique magic or some shit that she's not telling us about. Red come out of Otherwall. You mean the vent on the opposite side? Yes. Tracker saw flying rat escape that way. Rat doing here in the first place?
Repario Arcanum.
What? What do you see? The vents have traces of illusion magic inside them. That's... The traces also go deep inside these vents. It's the same for the vents on the other side, too. The traces of illusion magic inside the vents. What spell could have possibly left those traces? As I told you many months ago, illusion spells tend to do one of two things. They either create freestanding illusions, or they did disguise an existing creature. Now someone created a small freestanding illusion in the vents, so a disguised creature must have been inside the vents at some point. But those vents are tiny, no one would be able to fit inside them. But a rat would be able to fit in these vents. Well, yeah, I guess that'd be true. But that would mean the rat had an illusion spell active on it at the time. Not only that. Tracker saw this rat during the lockdown. It would have been inside the anti-magic field created by the lockdown. There can only be one way a rat could have an illusion spell active on it. Wait, you can't mean that rat was holding the spell of sword eating. What? But how is that possible? A rat wouldn't have the strength or hands to carry the sword. Tracker's vocabulary is primitive and limited. He uses the word rat to describe small creatures that hide and act suspiciously. But even if it wasn't an actual rat, it still couldn't have been a human, right? You're right, it would have been a small animal. A small animal with the strength and dexterity to traverse a small air vent while holding a sword. Yeah, my brain immediately went here too. Monkey. No, are you serious? You know that Harold had a motive to kill William Frege. He was planning to defund the Haraldson Hall of History. Rat sword wielder, let's go! Choose your warrior. They had an argument that night, and that's when William Frege decided he was going to defund Harold's museums. He must have struck a deal with Beatrice, and with Beatrice's portion of House Frege, she could have easily kept his museum funded. He could have faked the robbery and sent his familiar to murder William. I believe this. There's something else that Tracker said. Tracker, you said you had to smell to see where the rat was. When he dropped his stick, you were finally able to see him? Does this mean you couldn't visually see him before he fell down? Yeah, Tracker couldn't see the rat with his eyes, so Tracker used his nose to see him. The monkey was invisible. No one would have noticed a small, invisible animal. In addition to that, he moved through the air vents. Eugene would have been nearly undetectable that night. Beatrice is a master of illusion magic, so it's possible that she cast invisibility on Eugene. And that would explain... Actually, a little bit, because a monkey could easily use a letter opener. A monkey with invisibility magic would explain the invisibility magic that we saw where the body was. Then there's the position of this air vent. We're currently in the hallway just north of Beatrice's room. This air vent connects to the ground floor. If we align those two floor maps together, this vent must lead to the storage room. Right, the air vent there curved upwards. This must be where it leads. And according to Jan, the air vent led directly to William's study. It would have been a perfect route for him to enter William's study and leave undetected. But he would have needed to nullify the lock to enter that room. Why would he need the sword of spell eating at all? Because of familial bond, they can communicate telepathically with each other. Harold probably needed Eugene to hold the sword so he could tell him exactly where to go. The sword's magic affects anyone magically connected to the wielder, and familiar bond connects them magically. Makes sense now. Harold could have easily faked the robbery to take suspicion off of him. It's even possible he was lying about how the display glass was shattered. But I've known Lord Haraldson for many years. I can't believe he'd be involved in this. I may have known Harold for a long time, but she's never read his thoughts. His thoughts were very hostile and rude, despite his kind expression. He's very good at hiding whatever he's truly feeling. Beatrice, there's no way she'd participate in a plan like this. Look, Leaf, I know you don't want to suspect your sister, but it's not that. Beatrice would never trust anyone enough to work together like this. But she's completely blind. She wouldn't have much of a choice. And so, she's not the type of person to trust her accomplice to stay quiet. She'd find a way to carry out a plan herself, and she'd only employ someone else's help if she had full control over them. If probably knows her better than you do, but you doubt that working alone would be possible with her condition. And you can't think of any other way she'd be involved in this. Anyway, we're finished here, aren't we? Yes. Thank you for lending Tracker to us, Leaf. I really want to help you find out what really happened. Don't make me regret trusting you, Mr. Cuthbert. You're truly on the side of justice, and you won't. Good. Now, if you'll excuse me. So that's it, right? We finally know who committed the murder, then. Get Harold to confess on the stand, he might reveal Beatrice's involvement as well. There's potential in that, because whatever, Tracker definitely wasn't a predicted part of what this murder was meant to be, no matter what. So, the monkey's name is Eugene, if memory serves. That monkey was supposed to hold on to that sword the entire time to keep contact, clearly. Maybe after the sword was dropped and contact had to be dropped, things went awry and Beatrice had to give orders? Or something? I got the name right? I think it's Eugene. Okay, good. Hold the fuck up. That monkey is 20 years old? I guess it is a monkey, not like an ape or anything above that. Does that, you might be able to convince her and Miss Tamora to take a plea deal. Although knowing Miss Tamora, that would be more easily said than done. Anyways, this is definitely the lead we've been looking for. Is it really enough? We still don't have physical evidence. It'll have to do for now. We're running out of time. We just have to call Harold to the stand and testify about what he did that night. If I can push him far enough, I might be able to catch him lying. But you doubt it'll be that easy. He has a good poker face. How much he'll be able to hide his true thoughts.
I already gave my statement to the Inquisition. Is my testimony really necessary? Sorry, old timer. My orders come straight from the prosecutor. We're gonna need you on the stand today. I understand. I'll do what I can to help.
Like the first time we've actually seen a scene like that, where they're like, oh yeah, sure.
Court is now resumed for the trial of Beatrice Frege. Let us review yesterday's proceedings. There was much debate over William Frege's inheritance. More specifically, it was unknown whether the defendant had any claim to her father's inheritance. This detail was crucial in determining whether the defendant even had a motive to commit the murder. Luckily, the victim's will was supposedly read earlier today, and it is now a part of the public record. What were the results of the will reading, Mr. Cuthbert?
William Frege was planning to leave all of his assets to Jaden von Sanctus, his hopeful son-in-law. However, this was predicated on the condition that Jaden married the victim's daughter, Leaf, and it's clear that Miss Leaf will never follow through on this engagement. If the engagement is not made in 6 months, William Frege's assets would be divided among his 3 daughters.
I see, so there was no mention of the defendant's disinheritance.
Correct, Your Honor. This means that the defendant did have something to gain from the victim's death. Yeah, I saved. There's just not a save sound effect. Oh shit. Before Russ, one thing. What was that line? May I remind you that Miriam Frege was not telling the truth in yesterday's proceedings. Wait, that's his line. Your Honor, despite the confusion around the victim's inheritance, there is still very little physical evidence that implicates my client. That is technically true. Yeah, that's correct. Again. Alright, we'll fuck up the first thing we got. Although, the weird thing is, so far, it doesn't seem like presenting the wrong stuff has really... Like, there hasn't been a health bar. So I'm gonna, like, you doing that's actually gonna be an interesting experiment in, can I actually fuck up here? That itself is extremely suspect. And William Frege was clearly not above manipulation and lying. Can't prove that she knowingly gave false testimony. I'll admit that I can't prove that. I'll also admit that there's a lack of apparent physical evidence to substantiate our case. Which is why the prosecution would like to call Harold Haraldson to the stand.
Lord Haraldson?
The spell of sword eating clearly plays a large role in the murder, and its theft is one of the few pieces of physical evidence in this case. As the gallery's curator, I believe he can further elaborate on how the sword was stolen that night. More specifically, you can find out about what he did on the night of the murder.
I see. Well, the court would definitely benefit from his insight. Bailiff, please escort Lord Haraldson to the stand.
Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court.
Of course, my name is Harold Haraldson. I'm the owner and curator of the Haraldson Hall of History, located in Homehearth. That's quite the alliterative occupation.
Harold, could you please testify to the court about how you discovered that spell of sword eating that was stolen?
If it'll help. I was keeping an eye on my gallery's exhibits when I realized that my familiar hadn't returned. I called him telepathically, but he didn't respond. I became worried, so I went around the manor to search for him. About an hour later, I returned to the gallery and discovered that the exhibit that held the sword of spell eating was completely destroyed. The artifact was missing, so I reported the crime to the knights at the ball and they activated a discreet lockdown. Luckily, we found the sword and my familiar later that night.
So you went to search for your monkey, and that's why you didn't witness the theft.
Yes, the thief was probably waiting for me to leave. They must have wanted to commit the crime without anyone seeing them.
Or his testimony is completely full of it. His search for Eugene must have been a cover-up he's using to hide his actions that night. How do you prove that? Alright, so let's just present something bullshit here. Oh, well, you know what? Would you like to see my attorney's badge?
Objection!
Your Honor, it's clear this witness's testimony is contradictory, and this piece of evidence proves it.
I fail to see how that proves anything, Mr. Cuthbert.
I guess you're right. Yeah, it's weird that there's not even like a health system, so like failure states don't really seem to exist in this one. Which I guess you might be able to look at the failure states in Ace Attorney as an element that probably didn't need to exist in the long term, but it is weird. You know what, actually, let me load up something real quick, just because it feels like you'd get cheated out of that otherwise. Let me see if I can refund those points to you real quick. I have to boot up mod view to do that though. Ugh. Ah, mod view. Ew. Huh, interesting. I actually did by looking through the requests queue, which has never been cleared, I just confirmed that a friend of mine actually changed their username. Huh. Oh god. Almost there. Oh wait, there we are. We're at the end. Alright, you should have just gotten those points back. I am going to list all other things as though, just so that's like taken care of. Because that was a 400 deep queue. Ugh, that had never been cleared. Twitch mod view has its uses, especially if you're taking moderating seriously, but when you're streaming itself, it's kind of annoying to look at. Does he typically ignore you like that? Sometimes. He's a young boy, so he likes to have his privacy. He's 20. I try not to pry, but I was wary of what would happen if a noble and I came across him. He usually knows not to bother people, but you never know what might happen. You left the gallery room. Yes, as I said, I was worried that something had happened to Eugene. Where'd you go during your search? Eugene usually knows to stay out of people's bedrooms, so I went downstairs and searched for him there. I checked the bathroom, sitting room, and coat room. Then I finally checked the kitchen and pantry. He might have gone there to steal some snacks. You didn't find him in any of those places? No, I didn't. The statement just now is missing some details. What details should you ask him to elaborate on? We know how the sword was found, because it was found underneath Beatrice's bed, because of Tracker. So I think focusing on the monkey here's the right move. How'd you eventually find Eugene that night? After an hour's silence, he finally responded to my telepathic messages. He met up with me in the gallery before we went to search for the sword. This would have been after the theft was reported. Yes. Would have had to pick Eugene up after he murdered Lord Frege. Alibi they're using to account for the time no one could see Eugene. Anyway, this detail could be extremely important. Please add to your testimony, witness. Harold. Yes, of course, Harold. It says he went around the manor to look for Eugene. Do you really think he's telling the truth? Maybe, but a so-called search for Eugene gave him a good excuse not to be seen by anyone. Decent alibi, if not without its flaws. Poke some holes in it. Alright, so what does that final line now say? No. Because they didn't deactivate the artifact. They didn't the lockdown system. They didn't deactivate that until after they found the artifact, and that was after they found the guy dead anyway.
Objection!
Harold, you found Eugene before you went to search for the sword of spell eating? This would mean that it happened while the lockdown was still active, am I correct? Yes, as much as I was worried about the artifact, Eugene's safety was far more important. That's the thing, Harold. You said that after an hours of silence, you finally received a telepathic message back from Eugene. What? So that leaves one question. How did you communicate with Eugene telepathically if you were both in an anti-magic field? Eugene would have needed to be... Well, no, there's no HP at all. Because there's no HP at all in this game. That's why I was like, man, I can't even do a mom spaghetti here, because I don't think I actively get a game over if I present something wrong. But I do think when there's a part of me that is very afraid to press statements unnecessarily just because of, like, the 1 or 2 Ace Attorney cases that did that. What? Harold, in response to the theft, the King's Guard activated the lockdown system to prevent anyone from leaving. That same lockdown system would have placed an anti-magic field over every inch of the manor. That field should have suppressed telepathic abilities given to you by familial bond. You wouldn't have been able to speak with Eugene at all. Mr. Cuthbert, are you accusing the witness of lying in his testimony? Please, Cuthbert is blowing this entire thing out of proportion. Anti-magic field is a resource-intensive spell. You can't assume that they managed to cover every inch of this manor, especially the areas that would only be accessible to a small animal. Miss Tamora, let's assume that Eugene managed to reach some sort of blind spot in the lockdown system. The magical telepathy granted by familial bond connects 2 people. Even if Eugene wasn't affected by the anti-magic field, Harold would be. That's very true. How did I hear him that night? There's only one answer that makes sense, Harold. You did hear Eugene telepathically, because Eugene was wielding the sword of spell eating. What? I'm sorry, Mr. Cuthbert, but are you saying the sword of spell eating was stolen by this witness's pet monkey? It's just a lot of, like, nailed-in behavior from all the Ace Attorneys stuff, really, at this point. And sometimes there's lines where I'm like, you'll probably get dialogue out of it, but it doesn't feel like there's any vagueness that I could actually get anything to help get through the story within. Like, let's take a look at the next cross-examination and see if we can find anything there. I am, Your Honor. It's the only way the witness's testimony makes sense. Doesn't have a rebuttal. Push this while you have the chance. Harold Harrelson, you were the one who stole the sword of spell eating. I almost did that again. Weren't you? And what reason would I have to steal something that already belongs to me? It was to take suspicion off of you, because you were the one who had William Frege killed. You staged a robbery and used the sword of spelling to make Eugene invisible. Then you sent him through the manor's ventilation system, all so you can have him murder William Frege in his study. Well done, Cuthbert. I suppose you can't just stop yourself from pursuing a lying witness. What I do best, Miss Tamora. Of course. Witness, do you have anything to say in your defense? It's quite obvious, but I completely refute the prosecution's allegations. You're expecting his thoughts to be hostile like before. Then do you also refute your statement about Eugene telepathically speaking with you? I know better than to lie on the stand to try to save myself. I can't explain how it happened, but I stand behind my testimony. Eugene did telepathically contact me during the lockdown. Wait, so he doesn't know how that telepathic communication happened? Perhaps he overlooked it when he was planning the murder with Beatrice. And that's your position, Cuthbert, that the witness sent a monkey to murder William Frege? It may sound ridiculous, but it's the only thing that makes sense. Or do you have evidence to refute that, Miss Tamora? No, I fully and wholeheartedly agree with you, Cuthbert. Wait. Tyrion? Mr. Cuthbert, did you forget you're prosecuting Beatrice Frege? Your Honor, even as a prosecutor, it's clear that Cuthbert just can't stop himself from finding the true culprit. Wait, I also meant to say the defendant conspired with the witness to commit the crime. Oh, really? Do you have any proof of this conspiracy to commit? Oh, Of course you don't. But even so, let's assume that you did have the evidence to prove your statement. This was really a plot formed by my client and the witness. What would my client even contribute to this plan? What you said, this plot was completely carried out by Lord Harrelson and his familiar. Well, the glass! He would have needed a powerful mage like the defendant to break the sword's display glass and stage the robbery. Though her contribution to the murder was breaking some glass. Can you prove my client shattered the display case? And can you prove that she did so knowing that it would somehow lead to her father's death? Might have gotten a little too eager to prove Harold's guilt. Physical evidence against my client was almost non-existent in the first place. Meanwhile, it seems the prosecution has just brought forward physical evidence that implicates Lord Harrelson. Physical evidence that is supported by his own testimony. Cuthbert, didn't you ask me something yesterday? If my client didn't kill the victim, then who did? I suppose I should thank you for finding the answer. Damn it, all you did was make it more difficult to prove your case. But Harold has to be involved in this. You weren't wrong about that. Only Eugene would be small enough to traverse the air defense. So isn't there anything else you can use? Irvin Diamond Harold must be stressed. It's gotten you out of tight spots before. Maybe you can find the evidence in his mind. Use every trick you have, Cuthbert. Won't help you. Nor her. Calm your mind and focus the Eye of Horus on him. Find something, anything that might tie the murder to Beatrice.
Naught can remain concealed.
Alright, what would he potentially react to? I guess Eugene potentially.
Eugene, just what are you doing that night? Did you really wield the sword if only for a brief moment?
Wait, he should have known exactly where Eugene was last night. Why would his thoughts say that?
Really a shame that Beatrice was driven to flee her own family. Only I'd introduced myself to her, perhaps we could have found a solution together.
He doesn't know Beatrice. How? She planned the murder with him. Think about the dead?
William, it's a shame that things ended up this way. I truly hoped I could show you the value of Wivengard's history. Young Tyrion's argument makes sense. I couldn't have heard Eugene when the lockdown was active. What's going on here?
Seeing people say shit like that in their brain will never not be funny to me.
Can't believe that one of my artifacts was used to commit a murder. Completely disrespectful to the culture and history behind it.
What? He's speaking as if he truly had no hand in this. But that can't be true, can it? What's going on? He's speaking as if he really had no hand in this. You can guard yourself from the Eye of Horus, but you can't lie to it. If that's true, were you wrong about Harold's involvement? Is he really innocent? Seeing anything, Cuthbert? Your Honor, it's clear the prosecution has nothing left to argue. There's very little evidence implicating my client, and there's far more likely suspects in front of us now.
Yes, I must agree, Miss Tamora. At the very least, I see no longer reason to prolong this trial any longer.
Wait. She couldn't personally have done this. Discounting the fact that she's completely blind. What was with the two princes? And she was with the two princes for most of the night. Who actually killed William Frege in his study? Think about this. The reason why you suspected Harold in the first place was what Tracker said. Can we think of any other small animals? Tracker definitely saw some kind of small animal. Was it someone else's familiar? Like, if they did, it would have been someone that we had never had introduced to us. It would just have to be Eugene. Because I can't think of anything else that's small enough to fit in there. Besides, maybe Alaric, but even then, I think, call it a hunch, I think the 7-year-old's probably larger than the monkey. So it had to be Eugene. Right, it had to have been Eugene. Tracker found the sword in the hallway. And Eugene couldn't have communicated with Harold unless the sword protected both of them from the anti-magic field. But why? Did Eugene just happen to be in that hallway? It also doesn't explain why the sword of spell eating was even there. No, Tracker said that Eugene came out of the air vent on one side of the hallway, then he fled to the air vent on the other side. Even for a small monkey, those vents would be extremely cramped. Wouldn't have entered those vents out of mere curiosity. You now know that Harold didn't participate in the murder. You know what Eugene was doing that night? I guess maybe he could have just been a monkey roaming around, potentially. And like fucking Harold said, he was looking in the kitchen, so he could have been just looking for snacks and then just got into a weird situation. It's still weird. Ryan. He was acting of his own free will. That's an explanation that makes the most sense. But how and why? Harold's the only person that is magically connected to Eugene. And even if Beatrice somehow got Eugene to follow her orders, she wouldn't have been able to direct his actions telepathically. Beatrice wouldn't have had any other conjuration spell to contact him either. She was also in the anti-magic field when she was with Aster. So if Eugene was the one who murdered William Frege, was he acting independently? No, that can't. How could Eugene have... This plan required knowledge of Frege Manor's ventilation system. It also involved murdering William during the lockdown and destroying his will. Eugene might be smart for a monkey, but a normal monkey wouldn't have known how to identify and destroy William's will. Even if Beatrice somehow trained him in doing all that beforehand. How could he have done it? Well, for whatever it is, this one has to be Eugene. Or still murdered. Eugene murdered Beatrice. We're looking at a ghost. The armbands have been This is the first thing that's been brought up since we learned that there was a Olin. If a monkey wears those, what type of intelligence are we thinking of? It'd probably be enough to follow orders, probably enough to even figure situations out and find your way around vents. And the replicas are still around. That monkey might be wearing them now. No, it couldn't be. And Eugene would know the password. Shit. You've made some ridiculous statements in the past, but there's no way the judge will even entertain this theory. Not to be smart about this. Your Honor, I think there's one more witness that can clear up this discrepancy once and for all. I believe he can prove the prosecution's case to the court. Really? I frankly find that hard to believe. Please trust me, Your Honor. There's an element to this that we all aren't seeing. That's the one that no one will believe. What do you have planned now? Very well, I'll give you one last chance, Mr. Cuthbert. But know that if your next witness fails to unveil any new information, I won't hesitate to end this trial. I understand, Your Honor. I'm going to need you to bear with me for a moment. Why? Your Honor, the defense calls Eugene Haraldson to the stand. Never mind, I retract my earlier statement. Y'all be passing my verdict. Wait, just bear with me for a moment. Mr. Cuthbert, I should find you in contempt for even suggesting this. Do you honestly think I'll allow a monkey to give testimony in my courtroom? Yeah, that sounds pretty out there even for us. I'd like to remind the court the nature of Harold's bond with Eugene. Eugene's a familiar. That means Harold Haraldson can speak with him telepathically. But this is absolutely. Tell me the law that says an animal can't give testimony, Your Honor. We fucking did it. We're doing a poly. It may be unprecedented, but it's not against the law. Oh, very well. Your Honor, you can't be serious right now. Are you actually going along with this? Oh, Miss Tamora, I'm looking for any possible reason not to entertain this. But Mr. Cuthbert has a point. There are no laws against the proposal. I suppose I must oblige his frankly insane actions for now. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. It's not as if this will reveal anything. I can't believe I'm saying this, but... Bailiff, please escort Lord Haraldson's monkey to the stand. It's so interesting to have a judge who's, like, pretty cogent about what the laws are, and is like, I'm calling your bullshit out, what the fuck? After... how many games? 10 games of the Ace Attorney judges being... understanding, but pretty easy to lead astray. Witness, please state your name and occupation to the court. I could do without the sarcasm, Miss Tamora. Eugene is Eugene. Eugene Monkey. Bailiff, make sure the stenographer gets Haraldson's translations. You can't see the armbands on him right now. He must be at his normal intelligence. Although, how would he even wear them? Perhaps he held them in his hands. I don't recall physical contact. Eugene, did you steal from the gallery on the night of the murder?
Eugene never steal from Harold. Eugene respects Harold.
Then you'll have no problem testifying about whether you went during the Lord's Ball.
I can't believe I let you permit this.
Apes strong together.
Wow, you did it, Cuthbert. You blew this case wide open.
Is this really going to help us? Look, you'll just have to trust me on this.
I trust you.
That sentence sounds like it turned into a question at the end.
How the fuck are we gonna cross? Oh, this is gonna be great.
Woo. Oh, we actually have interpret instead of present. Interesting. But Harold's an associate of House Frege. Billy visited House Frege before that night. Manor constantly changes, William always doing renovations. There's always new discovery to be made. I suppose that makes sense. William sort of has the gold for it. Anyway, what else did you do that night, Eugene? Do you enjoy eating spiders?
Spider's good, rich in nutrients.
Wait, really? Some cultures in the Eastern Kingdom eat roasted crickets. I've tried them. They're actually not that bad if they're prepared correctly. I don't think I could ever be that adventurous.
Can we please stay on topic?
I wasn't accusing you of anything, Eugene. Perhaps you accidentally locked the cage and took a lot thinking they were some sort of toy? This could be all a honest mistake.
Eugene not dum-dum. Eugene know how important artifacts are to Harold. Eugene never take them from him.
You might not have knowingly done it, but perhaps you took one of the artifacts by accident?
Eugene never do that.
X to doubt. Then how do you explain your brief contact with the Sword of Spell Eating? Harold couldn't have telepathically contacted you unless one of you was wielding it.
Eugene don't understand question.
Right, he don't understand. The sword works without his heightened intelligence. Less. Do you consider yourself close to Harold? I would guess so. They literally have a magical connection with each other. Right, I suppose the bond between a mage and his familiar would require a lot of trust.
Harold saved Eugene from bad man years ago, and Eugene would never betray.
But you're a rescue.
Bad man locked Eugene in cage. He told people to throw peanuts at Eugene. Harold take Eugene away from that prison. Lock up bad man.
Does genuinely care for Harold? That be why he did this? Clearly feels indebted to him. That might have been his motive. Tyrion.
I know it looks bad. I swear there's more to this than meets the eye.
You say so. There has to be something in its statements. Had to have been wearing the armbands on the night of the murder, which thought reveals that. Think about how Tracker spoke. Is there anything different in the way Eugene's speaking right now? Line 3 is distinctly more, like, succinct, on top of it being the only one that's not split up into 2 sentences. So maybe interpret that?
Objection!
Wait a minute. Eugene, I asked you before if you stole anything from Harold's gallery.
Eugene, no. Eugene would never steal from Harold.
Cuthbert, don't waste our time by having him repeat that statement. That's the thing, Mr. Morrow. That's not the same statement he made in his testimony. I asked the witness if he stole an artifact from the gallery. I never mentioned the armbands of intellect. What are you talking about now? The witness lacks the understanding to differentiate between the artifacts. It was clearly just a simple mistake. It's not just the fact he named the wrong artifact, Mr. Mora. It's the fact he used its actual name. I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean, Mr. Cuthbert. Your Honor, animals can't speak the same way humans do. Even when a telepathic link is established, their vocabulary is extremely limited. Right, Tracker called the Sword of Spell Eating a stick before. It wasn't hard to understand what he really meant. It was hard to understand what he really meant.
Exactly, so that raises the question, how did Eugene know they were called the Armbands of Intellect? Wait, how did he know? The armbands were stolen during the Lord's Ball and replaced with a well-made replica. Is this motherfucker somehow wearing them right now? If he had worn the armbands when he was sneaking through the vents, he would have never had the opportunity to put them back. And the armbands are still missing. Oh my god. Do I get to put a monkey in prison? What the fuck? Can't be. Is he really? Armbands were designed to be worn by humans, so Eugene couldn't wear them on his arms. Where would he wear them? Is he Mojo Jojoing this? I initially thought he carried them in his hands, but there's a far simpler explanation. Eugene, do you still maintain you didn't steal the armbands of intellect? Eugene already told you. Eugene never stole them from Harold. Then I suppose you wouldn't mind taking off your hat? Are you serious right now? You don't think he's wearing them right now, do you? That's the only thing that makes sense. The armbands were taken on the night of the murder, and they are still missing. If Eugene did indeed steal the armbands that night, he never would have had the opportunity to return them. He had no choice but to continue wearing them until the investigation was over. This is absolutely ridiculous. You're spinning a fairy tale. Do you honestly expect us to believe that a monkey increases in intellect beyond human limits? If I'm wrong, the witness can easily refute my theory by removing his hat. Well, what's it going to be, Eugene? See him fully break character, and he slowly but silently lifts his hat. You can't be serious. Everyone can see it plainly. He's wearing the armbands like a crown on his tiny head. From out of his hat, you see him pile something else out. Oh my god, the monkey's smoking a pipe! Ah!
Well done, Mr. Cuthbert. I shouldn't have underestimated you.
Oh, that's great.
We're one-upping Polly. Are you serious?
This is probably a blessing in disguise. I don't think I could bear debasing myself any longer.
Objection.
Objection, Your Honor. On what grounds, Miss Tamora? On what grounds? Everything about this situation is objectable. It's downright absurd. Oh my god. The monkey is a murder accomplice.
What the fuck?
But, Miss Tamora, we can't deny what's clearly in front of us. I was not ready for today. How is he even talking right now? Scholars believe that humans and apes evolved from a common ancestor. Perhaps all apes can speak the common language under the right circumstances?
Evolved? Please, I've observed your society. I think calling humanity evolved is being quite generous.
This can't be happening.
Well, are you all done gawking at me like a bunch of simpletons?
Simpletons? Wait a minute.
Oh my god, the monkey was thinking that, not Harold.
Every insulting thought you've seen from Harold, they weren't Harold's thoughts at all. They were Eugene's thoughts. He's been wearing that armband since you first met. But I still don't understand, why would you even take the armbands in the first place?
I'll admit that Lord's Ball was one of many occasions. The first time I touched them was due to sheer chance.
Put them on by accident?
My unawakened self was enamored by its glittering sheen. I merely wanted to touch them, but when I first held them in my hands, I experienced a sense of clarity that I'd never felt before. I was afraid of what I experienced, so I left them alone. But as I returned to my primitive lifestyle, I couldn't stop thinking about what I felt that day.
We're hooked.
I wouldn't quite phrase it like that, but I suppose you're not wrong. I already knew the password to Harold's vault, so I'd come in front from time to time and indulge in the armband's power. The more times I spent with my awakened intellect, the more I craved its power when I put them away.
And that's when you made the replica.
While no one was watching, I devised a plan to discreetly take the armbands. Harold would have eventually discovered that they were stolen, but he would have concluded that a noble from the Lord's Ball took them, because of the pressure he was receiving from the crown. I'm not proud of what I've done, but I never expected things to reach this point. I didn't expect someone to steal the sword of spell eating as well. I certainly didn't expect a murder to happen that night.
So you still maintain that you're innocent?
Of course I do.
I stole the armbands, but I did not murder William Frege, nor did I take the sword of spell eating. Allow me to elaborate. Monkey. I'll admit I took the armbands and replaced them with replica, but I was not the crook who stole the spell of sword eating. The thefts were completely different from one another. The display case for the sword was completely shattered. I spotted the sword when I was exploring the manor. It was lying in the middle of a hallway. So, was there something else that could get into the vents that night then? Because that would track potentially with him taking it and going back into the vents. And at that point, maybe... I wondered why such an important artifact would be laying there, so I took a closer look to inspect it. That's when I had heard Harold call out to me telepathically. The sword must have protected me and Harold from the anti-magic field. I wanted to take the sword and return it, but Wild Dog chased me away from the scene. He has a point. He didn't need to shatter the display case of the sword. Yeah, he already knew the passwords. Hacker said that Eugene was the one that dropped the sword. Furthermore, he escaped into the air vent that led into William's study. His actions that night were definitely not as innocent as his testimony implies. Must have lied somewhere. I didn't spot anything, though. It's like this tracks with what Tracker told us. Although now I'm starting to wonder if there's more to that than meets the Tracker's limited vocabulary. Can we borrow the armbands and put it on the dog real quick? Like, the only thing I can maybe see is this line. Because that protected you from an anti-magic field, but what did it protect Harold? Was this the first time he tried to contact you this night? No, he had telepathically messaged me earlier that night. I was so absorbed in my exploration that I ignored him. In his exploration, that really caused him to ignore a call from Harold? Oh, that gave us a fat load of nothing. But that location was near the Frege's bedrooms. Don't tell me that you... What do you take me for? I know what a bedroom looks like, and I'd never enter one uninvited. Why were you there in the first place? I was coming back from the rooftop garden, but I suddenly felt something was interfering with the armband's magic. The anti-magic fields. Yes, I was worried that something had happened, so I made my way back to the gallery to meet up with Harold. I see. Could you please add this to your testimony? Very well. Part of the store when I was heading back from the rooftop garden to the gallery. It was right in the middle. What's the layout of the house again? I keep thinking that's the log button, the record button or something. There you are. Up garden, all the way to the gallery. Lying in the middle of a hallway. So it would have just been... That puts it... What does the middle of the hallway mean in this case, though? Like, it could mean literally anywhere in the middle of this, or like in this intersection, or around here. But I doubt it'd be down here at all. If there's something I have to present, I think it's this, but I can't exactly think of the reason for why, besides the fact it's the only thing we have that shows a connection between the gallery and the rooftop garden. Fuck it, let's try that. Not like I lose anything.
Objection!
Alright. Eugene, I'm sure you're well aware of this, but the best way to lie is to hide a false detail within many truths.
And what are you trying to insinuate, Mr. Cuthbert?
You said that you were heading from the terrace to the gallery. Did you take any detours?
Of course not. With the armbands nullified, my intelligence was slowly fading. I wanted to return to Harold as soon as possible.
Witness, I'd like for you to take a look at this floor map of Frege Manor. This is the location that wild dog found the spell of sword eating. Oh, they mean like that. Okay. Yeah, that would be weird. So tell me, Eugene, how did you spot the sword of spell eating when it was hidden in the hallway north of Beatrice's room?
That's...
Why are you nitpicking such an insignificant statement? You probably just got distracted and went down the wrong hallway. Miss Tamora, Eugene came from the rooftop garden, and he was adamant he went directly to the gallery to reunite with Harold. Even if his intellect was muddled, he was intent on reuniting with his worried companion. He definitely took the direct route, but if he did, he never would have been able to see into that hallway. I see your point, Mr. Cuthbert, but what does this mean? It means that the witness lied about where he was before he discovered the sword of spell eating. He wasn't coming from the rooftop garden. He came from the air vents in that specific hallway. Hmm? So why were you in that hallway, Eugene? You lied in your testimony. Was it because you wanted to hide what you were really doing that night? Also, can we charge a monkey with perjury? Admit it, Eugene. You snuck through the air vents to avoid detection. Then you used the air vent to break into William's study. After Alright, Tyrion. I feel like you're getting a little ahead of yourself here because we might need to get more information before we directly say that. After that, you murdered him using his letter opener, didn't you?
That's not what I went there to do.
Ooh.
No, I didn't mean...
Order in the court. Witness, is this true? Did you break into William Frega's study during the lockdown?
Yes, I did enter his study, but not for the reason you think.
William Frega was already dead when I got there. What? What did you just say? It's true. Do you honestly expect us to believe a story like that? How could someone else have killed the victim before you got there? Cracker took the swords of spell eating, and you were the only intelligent creature that could walk through the air vents.
I understand how unbelievable and suspicious it sounds. It's the truth, Mr. Cuthbert. You have to believe me.
I don't see any contradicting thoughts to the eye, but that hardly absolves him of guilt. But could he really be telling the truth? That's the truth. That's true. That only brings you back to question one you've been asking. The one question you've been asking since it all began. Who really did this? Okay, Eugene, let's assume you're telling the truth.
Do you actually believe me?
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. You're still my only suspect for this. But I know better than anyone about jumping to conclusions. So I'll give you the benefit of the doubt for now.
I see.
However, if you want to absolve yourself, I need you to tell me about what you really saw that night. There might be something, anything, that might point to who really did this.
Very well. I'll tell you what I saw. Although I doubt you'll believe me.
After a talking monkey, I think we'll believe a little bit more than you think.
I discreetly made my way to that hallway through another air vent. I exited the air vent in that hallway and tried to leap to the other side. I'm not sure if it was my waning intelligence or my desperation, but I collided with something that I didn't see. I fell to the ground and found the sword of spell eating laying next to me. I wanted to retrieve the sword, but that wild dog forced me to retrieve it. After that, I continued to make my way to the study. And that's when I found William Frega. He was dead on the floor and lying in a pool of blood. And as if I were blessed by the Scale Lord himself, I found the will that he was drafting, so I destroyed it. Why'd you do that last part, though? Frankly, Mr. Harrelson, I find that story very difficult to believe. I assumed as much, but you know what they say. Truth is stranger than fiction.
Isn't it more likely that you murdered the victim? You're clearly trying to cover up what you did by saying he was already dead. Honestly, I really don't know what to think. Is he really telling the truth? Alright, I want to press 2 lines in... Because this is the thing that really stood out to me, because this supports there being something else that was going through the vents. Besides him. And then there's why the fuck did he destroy the will? I thought monkeys were extremely dexterous. Are you just clumsy?
I have impeccable dexterity.
Sounds like you struck a nerve there.
I must have come muddled from losing the armband's magic.
How'd you know it was the spell of sword eating? I keep doing that. I keep doing sword of spell eating. Spell of sword eating instead. What the fuck is with my brain?
When I held it in my hands, I felt my intelligence return.
I also heard Harold calling out to me telepathically. He was clearly worried, so I knew I needed to move quickly. So you were the one who took the well. I've been trying to find it. What did it say? I was pressed for time, so I didn't read the entire document. But I found an order to his executor to defund the Heraldson Hall of History. Since he went out of his way to specify that in the current copy, I concluded that his former will didn't have this addendum. You could save Herald Museum by making sure it never got submitted for probate. Anyways, do you have the will with you? My apologies, I crumbled up the will into a ball and ate it. I then left the room before my intelligence was completely gone. Really hoping to see a William fall through on his threat to disinherit Beatrice. Seems to be telling the truth this time. I agree, but we still need to be sure. Carefully inspect and press each of his statements. Alright, so I'm missing something here. But why were you there in the first place? It all began when William Frager got into an argument with Harold. That cur wanted to defund the prestigious Heraldson Hall of History. I knew a man like William probably had many secrets. So I devised a plan to break into his study and find something that I could use to blackmail him. As you know, there's a smell of air vent in that hallway, and it connected to William's study on the ground floor. I wasn't aware that William was planning to stay in his study all night, so I thought I could look through his documents without anyone seeing me. Oh, I suppose that does make sense. Is he really telling the truth? What happened when you tried to leap into the air vent, Eugene? We've already pressed this line. And that one. Did this wild dog have a white coat of fur? He did. Are you acquainted with him? Something like that. Well, next time you meet him, tell him I don't appreciate being called a rat. I'm a proud orangutan. You are the smallest one of those I have ever seen at 20 years old. They're usually a lot larger than that, aren't they? You can understand him? I've picked up a little bit of the canine language throughout my life. I'm also fluent in squirrel and pigeon. I can also speak owl, but I admit it's barely conversational. As much as you want to test the validity of those claims, they're not relevant to the case. Eugene might be one of my favorite characters I've ever had the pleasure of cross-examining. What happened when you entered the study? It seems awfully convenient he was murdered before you arrived. I know how it may seem, but I'm telling you the truth. And do you have any explanation for how the assailant broke into the study without the sword? I unfortunately do not. Please, it's obvious your testimony doesn't match up with the evidence. Whoever did this either entered through the vents or they used the sword to nullify the lock. And your own testimony states that the sword was abandoned in that hallway. We thought happened, but it doesn't really contradict it. Anyway, what did you do when you discovered the body? I knew it was only a matter of time before someone discovered the body, so I quickly searched through the room for something I could use. Oh, that was a press them all. We haven't had one of those this entire game. I think we had at least one of those per race attorney. It's hard to believe, but you can correct contradictions. Try to press him more? What if he's telling the truth? Gene did do this. Your next course of action's clear. Still won't explain into this. Recall something that Tracker said to you. Eugene, when you were carrying out your plan, did you turn yourself invisible somehow? No, I hardly had the means to. Even if I had somehow convinced Harold to cast a spell on me, he doesn't know how to cast invisibility. Very few mages do. Right, you recall Eris saying the same during the Nightgrave trials. A master of illusion could do that. That's how you first thought Beatrice was involved. But if Eugene is truly innocent, did you turn someone else invisible? Oh, you're back right where you started again. No, think this. Eugene's testimony fills in a blank that's been missing. What happens when you cross-reference that with Tracker's testimony? Yeah, the first rat was flying. So where does that lead us? Well, we're clearly talking about the sword here. It's the subject. It was just dropped in the hall. Probably by the actual thief.
Who is they? The thief dropped the sword in that hallway, but how does that make sense? They hide the sword there like you originally thought? The hallway was close to the gallery. There are plenty of better places to hide the sword. Or if a tracker taking it would have been found even sooner. Must have accidentally dropped the sword there. This can only mean one thing. What I remember of the layout, that hallway seems to lead to a dead end, or only leads to, like, the bath. In fact, actually, that would make sense, because then you would have the rooftop garden here, there's probably a door here, here, here. But then to get to the bath, everyone needs to go past Beatrice's room. Maybe that's why that hall's there. But I doubt the thief is using the bath. So... thief... through the air vents? Just like Eugene was. Unless they were trying to get to William's study, but you can get there through the air. Best place to sneak Anna anyway. Thief was also sneaking through the air vents. That's the only reason why they would be there. That would also imply the thief was as small as Eugene. There been another familiar? And why doesn't Eugene notice them? Wait. Collided with something he didn't see. In other words, it was something that was invisible to him. And as the master of illusion magic, Beatrice is one of the people at the ball that could cast invisibility. Full control of them. She has a familiar. Been approaching the situation correctly the entire time. Throughout VI, you knew Beatrice was somehow involved. You assumed that she was one part of a larger plot. Breaking of the glass and the casting of invisibility. These were elements that you knew she was involved with, but never really fit together. Not unless she was the one pulling the strings the entire time. And there's only one way she could be controlled the entire time. He had a fucking familiar. Couple memories flood into your mind. Souls are bonded. He through their eyes and cast spells that they wanted to. So that probably means that once whatever her familiar is grabbed the sword, she could cast invisibility on it from a distance. Didn't know that she was blind back then, so she barely even noticed it. But how did she know you were holding out your hand? Well, do you have any other questions for me? Wrong about this, Beatrice will surely be acquitted. And after that, the Inquisition will turn their attention to Harold and Eugene. Only one way to know for sure. Your Honor, the prosecution has no further questions for the current witness. He is dismissed. What? I see. You have something else planned, don't you? Yeah, and actually, I need your help. Really? Thought about your plan. Really? You're making some big assumptions there. Wouldn't the Inquisition check for something like that? No, it's the best play we have. Remember what Steelwind said yesterday? If everything goes the way I think it will, you'll be able to confirm its location. Once you do that, you just need to reveal it for everyone. Alright, I'll follow your lead then. So, Mr. Cuthbert, how do we proceed? Your previous witness brought more revelations than I ever could have guessed. However, you still haven't given us a simple explanation for how the murder occurred and who actually did it. I understand that, Your Honor, but if it all makes sense if I call my next witness. Another witness? I understand your hesitance, Your Honor, but everything that we've learned through these trials is finally coming together. And this final witness will tie it all together in a perfect knot. Your Honor, the prosecution calls Beatrice Frege to the stand. Seriously, Cuthbert, you went to all that trouble just to end up calling my client to the stand? You and your client have the right to refuse Miss Tamora. But I wonder how that will reflect on your client's character? Doesn't really matter, she's already standing here with Miss Tamora. You can carry out your plan regardless of what she decides to do. It'll have much more impact if you can bait her into lying on the stand. My client says she's willing to testify. However, we'd like to propose a short recess. With these new developments, I'm sure you can understand we have much to discuss. I see no reason not to grant the defense's request.
It's really okay? Give them time to print, they might realize what we're doing. I know. But I don't think we have anything to worry about. You've been building a psychological profile of Beatrice since this case began. Hard to read her expression and emotions, even with the Eye of Horus. She keeps herself guarded and keeps her intentions unknown. She's powerful, more powerful than her father even cared to admit. This is the only time he's actually had a sprite. No wonder they gave him a fucking forward sprite then, on his autopsy. Huh. Despite this, he tried to control her and put her inside a cave. But Beatrice Frege would never live in a cave. She wanted freedom and control, and she would do whatever it took to get it. I'm sure the accident that blinded her didn't help things. When everything was said and done, she abandoned everything. Her wealth, her status, and her family. She could have waited. She could have gritted her teeth until it was her turn to lead House Frege. If she was willing, she could have even secretly pushed her father past the gates of death herself. But she couldn't bear to live like that, even temporarily. You have no idea why this is how she chose to do that. Perhaps it had something to do with their meeting. You know one thing. Beatrice Frege will never put herself in a position of vulnerability. To endanger her freedom, she will make sure that we can see who she's up against. In the interest of giving the defense time to deliberate, we will be taking an extended recess. Court is adjourned. As you were exiting a courtroom, you sent Celeste to do some reconnaissance. Should be similar to when she scanned Valentina during the Nightgrave trial. Tyrion. Celeste, were you able to see it? Yeah, it's definitely there, and it sits on her shoulder most of the time. Keeps it close to her. That's good to know. It's kind of weird, though, but I've never used detect magic like this before. Well, you don't doubt that someone like her would choose a conventional animal, especially for things like this. Cuthbert. Miss Tamora? There's something I need to show you. Preferably alone. This gives you a concerned look, but you nod to show her it's okay. She moves to sit on the bench where she can keep an eye on Beatrice. Alright. Lead the way. Uh-oh. I don't like that we're saving. Miss Tamora leads you out of the courthouse and into the city. Every time you ask her where she's taking you, she avoids answering your question. Alright. We're here. You arrive at an empty alley in the frankly seedier part of the city. As Miss Tamora approaches one of the derelict buildings, she's met with a large, burly man who's guarding the back door. The man silently acknowledges her and steps aside to let her in. Miss Tamora, where are we going? Sorry about this. I'm sure you're confused. But please trust me, I'll explain everything. Before you have a chance to ask for more information, she moves to the building. The man guarding the door looks at you expectantly. The entire situation doesn't sit right, but you still continue to follow her. Despite your recent disagreements, you know you can trust her. As you head further into the building, you find yourself in a surprisingly well-furnished room. From how it looked outside, you never would have guessed this is what it looked like. Well, this looks like a room you'd encounter in Frege Manor. As you enter the room, you spot several mercenaries standing at various points in the room. And most surprisingly, you see Eris standing at the end of the room. You give her a confused look, but she simply smiles and waves at you. Sitting at the desk next to her, you see a man with an eye patch. Looks like he's been expecting you. Ah, Tamora. Upon seeing you two, he cordially welcomes Miss Tamora before turning his attention to you. And you must be Tyrion. Tamora's told me a lot about you. I see, but who are you? I've been called many names over the years, but my favorite's always been the Eye Taker. The Eye Taker? From the sounds of it, you've already heard of me. Miss Tamora, what is this? My daughter Eris has told me all about your work prosecuting this case. She's his daughter? But I have to say I'm quite impressed. Getting a monkey to testify, I don't even think I can pull off a grift like that. You've pretty much blown past my expectations. Why Get to the point. As soon as you interrupt him, you feel every person in the room tense up. You don't even need the eye to know your interruption put them on edge. Relax, everyone. Kids will be kids. I'm a father myself, you know. Anyways, I'll get straight to the point. I have a certain interest in the outcome of this trial. What are you talking about? Little Lady Frege has been a client of ours for a long time. I've done quite a lot of favors for her, and the time has finally come for me to collect. Those debts that Steelwind mentioned.
They all belong to me. There's no need to worry. I know she's good for it. That is, if she can inherit House Frege. What? Mora's a good attorney, even without my help. If she's convicted, we could easily reduce her sentence by rubbing the right hands. But you see, there's that pesky Slayer rule. The thing is, Cuthbert, I need Beatrice Frege to be acquitted in the current trial.
So that's what this is about? House Frege's gold? That's why you helped her murder William Frege?
Please, my goats are nearly so short-sighted. I have big plans, not just for Beatrice, but for this entire kingdom. And I need House Frege for that.
It's like you needed Justin Way.
Tyrion! Ah, Justin, it's really a shame what happened to him.
Don't act so innocent. He would have never tried to rob Dracogen if you didn't threaten him.
Is that so? You think I just randomly showed up to his doorstep one day demanding gold? He was the one who came to me for help. I just told him to pay back what he owed. If he hadn't come to me, it would have been for some other criminal. But that's besides the point. Enough about what I wanted from Justin. Let's talk about what I want from you.
You want me to throw the case?
Ah, I love this kid. I don't even have to put the beat around the bush with this one. No one will doubt you, especially considering the amount of work you put into this already. You don't need to do anything.
Just take a dive and let someone else take the fall. No matter what happens, the court will blame someone for this.
If it makes you feel better, I could assign Tamora to defend this old man and his monkey. That way, everyone can come out of this unharmed. Everyone wins.
Except for the fact that a murderer will be put in charge of House Frege.
Please, as if there's any worse than the people in charge of the other noble houses.
He has a point there.
If you recall, there's already a murderer in charge of House Von Sanctus. They're all dirty. You've seen it, haven't you? They rig the system. They pay, threaten, or even kill to get their way. All we're doing is leveling the playing field.
Tyrion, please, just listen to him. How can you just go along with this? I told you a long time ago that there were certain parts of my job that I couldn't tell you about. Well, this is it, Tyrion. This is what we need to do to beat them. Those rumors about you, they're all true, aren't they? Forgery, bribery, blackmail. You're guilty of each and every one of them. And you used him to do it. Also, you could keep winning. You blackmailed Miriam, Miss Tamora. Oh, as if we should show any pity for that spoiled princess. Dreadful thought just entered your mind. Steelwind, shoot the day the attack after Beatrice was arrested. Was that? I didn't know that's what they were planning. Despite my confidence in Tamora's skills, I'm afraid there was too much riding on this to leave a chance. You gotta make your own luck if you want to beat the system. But she almost died! I never expected her to strain her injuries like that. We definitely didn't expect you to take her place. So believe me when I say that I'm being uncharacteristically reasonable right now. Consider working with someone like him.
Don't you think it's a little arrogant to judge her, Cuthbert?
What? You talk about defending people as if you two aren't close to being equals. But she doesn't have the luxury of looking into people's minds, does she? He knows. Told him about the Eye of Horus?
Hey. Future magic is changing, kid. Like I said before, I have big plans for this kingdom. And I also have big plans for you.
You think I would ever... Tyrion, stop. To be honest, I hate it as much as you. Whether you like it or not, we need their help. But this is... Think about every client you defended. Think of Celeste. If you didn't have the Eye of Horus, what would have happened to her? If even one thing went differently, Pierce would have gotten away and Celeste would have been executed. You've taken chances and followed your instincts, and that's worked for you so far. What if it's not enough? What if the system is too corrupt for you to fight against next time? With the Eye Taker's help, you'll never have to worry about that again. I had accepted his help sooner. I could have saved your mother.
So what's it gonna be, kid? You already know what happened to that Steelwind brat. I don't need to tell you what'll happen if you don't play ball.
Wait.
No. What?
Maybe you're right. Maybe I can't always play dirty unless I play dirty like they do. This is wrong. Tyrion, I'm not going to compromise my principles, not even for you, Miss Tamora.
I'm sorry to hear you say that, kid. I really am.
One motion of his hand, every mercenary in the room draws their weapons. Please, you don't have to do this.
You're
Whatever conviction you had before is slowly fading. You should have never entered this place. You knew something was off. Got a dozen mercs here. There's even more guarding the way out. Nowhere near physically strong Celeste, but maybe you can make a break for it if you get lucky? No. Celeste? What the? How did you get in here? My whole job is keeping this guy safe. You honestly think I just let you take him to an undisclosed location? Huh, doesn't matter if once one girl make a difference. Well, what are y'all waiting for? That really hurt? On seeing Celeste, the mercenaries cautiously step back. No one makes the first move. This monstrous aura, it has to be her. What the hell are you doing? You have her surrounded. Despite his command, no one takes a step forward. Look, let's all just sit down and talk about this rationally. Perhaps a different approach is warranted here, Father. What? Could I have the opportunity to speak with Mr. Cuthbert? I believe I can make you see things our way. I'm sorry, sweetie, but I can't just... Well, you've just never been wrong before. I'll leave them to you, love. Shall we go, you two? Les silently watches Eris with her sword drawn, but unlike the mercenaries, Eris seems unmoved. She merely walks past her and out the exit. You and Celeste exchange glances and follow after her. So whatever's with Eris, even her father doesn't know about it and doesn't have a lock on it. What the fuck is she? That was close. I don't think I could ever have fought that whole room while protecting you. Does that mean she could have fought them if she were alone? You two are really courageous to a fault, aren't you? Eris, I appreciate you vouching for us, but I'm not changing my mind about this. Well, I'm well aware of that. Why do you think I intervened? Oh, well, thank you? Is this really okay? Won't your dad be mad? I should be asking Tyrion the same question. You've seen your adopted mother's true colors and rejected them. How are the two of you going to move forward? She's not my... Isn't she, though? She lost any right to deny it the moment she took it upon herself to raise you. She only did that because I asked her to. It wasn't her choice. Oh, but it was. How old were you when your real mother was executed? 10? Eris! Back then you barely knew Timora. It would have been a stretch to even call her a family friend. She was the adult in that situation. What did she do? She fed your anger and hatred for the nobility instead of allowing you to process your grief healthfully. Timora took you away from your only friends and isolated you from society. She even homeschooled you, didn't she? As a result, you never formed any other relationships. You made your first close friend at the age of 20, and she was your client. Don't you think that's a bit sad? She isolated you because she wanted to use. That's not true. That's not why she... From what I've seen today, you clearly have no idea who Timora is. Even with the Eye of Horus, you're clearly a terrible judge of character. Eris, you're going way too far. Save you from more heartache. Let me give you one last piece of advice. Eris leans in real close to you and begins to whisper in your ear. Think Celeste will ever love you? What? I'm sure you understand now. Timora can only pay her exorbitant salary because of my father. You've already burned out that bridge. Where do you think the Crimson Demon will go when you can't afford her services anymore? Oh, she's not... Linhardt dead, she has to worry about her mother. She has the luxury around while you... Or did you actually think that she enjoys spending time with you? Tyrion, you have to look at this rationally. Any support or affection she's given you has only kept been to keep as an employer. Because I want to finally break you. I'm just trying to keep you from getting hurt. It may seem cruel, but you have to be realistic about these things. You trusted Timora and she betrayed you. Try not to make the same mistake twice. Celeste didn't hear anything she said, but she seemed to notice how it's affecting you. Eris, that's enough! My apologies. I've been told that I've been too blunt sometimes. But I do hope you'll think about what I said. Anyways, the trial should be starting soon. We should make our way back to the courthouse. I'm genuinely curious to see how this trial ends. Hey, Tyrion, are you okay? What did she say to you? reaches for your hand, but you instinctively yank it away from hers. Tyrion? Sorry, I didn't mean to... I'm okay, really. Okay? Think about everything else here. But for now, you know what you need to do. You need to convict Beatrice Frege. Oh, my heart. Oh, my heart. My heart. Court has now resumed for the trial of Beatrice Frege. Is the defendant prepared to take the stand? Tamora, I asked you a question. Is the defendant prepped or not? She is, if the prosecution still wants to move forward with. The prosecution will be moving forward with this. Please bring in the witness. Still see it, Celeste? Yeah, it's still there. Can I reveal it now? No, let's really make a point of it. My signal. Thank you for agreeing to take the stand, Miss Frege. Mr. Cuthbert, it's my understanding that you were with the two princes for most of the night. Yes, I was. I'm still quite confused as to why I'm being charged for this crime. Out of everyone there that night, I thought my ally was the most solid. That remains to be seen. Clearly. Anyways, since you still maintain your innocence, you will have no problem going into your detail about your supposed alibi. Right? Like, fuck. I'm very curious by the end, because this game's been great so far, but it depends on whether or not they really nail whatever the last case is. Whether or not I go from, this is about on the quality par as like the good 3DS, or I guess later trilogy Ace Attorney games, or if this is up there with like Great Ace Attorney or Trials and Tribulations. Or if it somewhere lands between that. As you know, I was with Crown Prince Aster and Prince Alaric for most of the ball. I went there after my meeting with my father, and I remained with them until I was arrested for his murder. Lord Steelwind and the Kingsguard kept watch over me for the entire night as well. I neither had the means nor the opportunity to steal the Sword of Spell Eating and break into my father's study and murder him.
Objection!
I didn't do that. And that, Miss Frege, is where you're mistaken. You definitely had the means to commit both crimes while under the eye of everyone there that night. Most effective tool an attorney has is revealing a contradiction of witness testimony. Not only completely shatters your opponent's argument, but it also makes the court doubt whether the witness is acting in good faith. Usually, you've used evidence to reveal contradictions like this. Now, Celeste! Aburio! Wait, what are you doing? Your Honor, the witness's testimony is clearly... Oh my god, what the hell is that thing? Tyrion, get behind me. That's a fucking demon! It's a little, like, gremlin imp thing! It's a monster, it's a monster! Someone call the Inquisitor, kill the King, or anyone! Your Honor, can you please restore order? He's gone. He wasn't in the last shot. Your Honor?
Yeah, he fled the back door the moment he saw me.
It can talk? It's a demon, it must be! It's just like the legends say. Can we all just calm down? Takes a while before you can get everyone in the room to settle down. Eventually, it was clear that the demon wasn't intent on harming anyone, at least not yet. The court ordered extra guards just in case, and you're eventually able to bring everyone back to the courtroom. Mr. Cuthbert, what is the meaning of this? Sorry, I didn't know it was a... Actually, what are you? Are you demon?
Why, yes, I am a demon.
Demons actually exist? I thought they were only a legend. Your Honor, not only do demons exist, the defendant has made one into her familiar. She's only blind in the literal sense. She's constantly looking through the eyes of her familiar to see. And? What do you mean, and? It's pretty obvious that making a pact with a demon is incriminating by itself. Tell me, Your Honor, do the laws of Wyvern prohibit acting in accord with a demon? They don't, but... Then my client has committed no crime. Even so, I really would have preferred not revealing Marunoth like that. Marunoth, is that your name?
It's what most people call me.
Well, I suppose you have a point, Tamora. Having a demon you're familiar isn't technically illegal. However, this does prove the defendant had a way to commit the murder all the while under the eye of everyone in the ballroom. Could have sent Marunoth upstairs to the gallery and then had him steal the Sword of Spell Eating. After that, they would just need to traverse the vents into William's study just like Eugene did that night. The fact her familiar is a demon proves that she couldn't have done that. What do you mean? Saw how everyone reacted when they saw Marnoth's form. The monkey may have raised some eyebrows, but surely someone would have reported Marnoth if they saw him. Or your client's a master of illusion magic. Can I assume we'll find the invisibility in her spell compendium? Fine. And with the connection granted by familial bond, she could have cast this spell on him regardless of where each of them was. I'll admit that my client does know how to cast invisibility. But your theory raises another question. Could my client continue casting it unnoticed? Continue casting? Oh, fuck. Full cut. Well, the clapping hands makes sense. She's continuously recasting it every hour. Is she whispering that to herself, maybe? Trying to think about what words this could sound like. This is the first time incantations might be coming up. At least in terms of, like, evidence. At an unknown time, someone stole the Sword of Spell Eating from the Heraldson Head Gallery. The timing of this, I admit that it would be logically consistent if my client was the thief. However, sometime later, my client met with the Crown Prince and was watched close by the Kingsguard. From witness accounts, including yours, we know that this happened at 12:45 a.m. Since this time, my client didn't leave the Kingsguard's sight. It was around this time that William Frege retreated into his study and locked the door. He made a point of telling everyone he didn't want to be disturbed. Then at 1:03 a.m., Lord Haraldson finally discovered that the sword was stolen. He reported the theft to the Kingsguard and they activated the lockdown system. Shortly after the report, Leif Frege tried to speak to her father about the theft. William Frege reiterated that he did not want to be disturbed. Leif saw his face and then there weren't any traces of illusion directly on his body. This means William Frege was still alive at this time. Unbeknownst to everyone at the time, William Frege was attacked by the murderer at 3 p.m. This is confirmed not only by Jan Hughes' testimony, but also by the autopsy report. And at 3:26 a.m., the Kingsguard found the Sword of Spell Eating in my client's old room. The Kingsguard tried to arrest my client for this, but the Crown Prince told him to stand down. Finally, at 3:36, the lockdown was lifted. Jan Hughes reported what he heard. That's when the Inquisition and Kingsguard discovered the body. The theft must have happened before 1:23 a.m. when it was actually reported. In order to keep Marnoth concealed at every step, my client would have needed to keep it visible from 1:03 to 3:12. Not only that, she needed Marnoth to wield the Sword of Spell Eating to ignore the effects of the anti-magic field. This means he would need to be invisible for more than an hour. What's your point? My point is that invisibility has a duration of 1 hour. I'll admit that my client could have cast invisibility before she met with the Crown Prince. If she wanted to keep Marnoth invisible, she would have had to recast the spell at some point that night. As you know, my client couldn't have done so during the night without the Kingsguard noticing it. Your logic makes sense. But that can only mean that the defendant is fresh to the invisibility right in front of everyone's watching. Onto the entire Kingsguard, the two princes, and Lucio Steelwind? As unlikely as it is, it's the only conclusion I can come to. I had a feeling you'd say that, which is why we have a witness who can confirm that Beatrice didn't perform any magic that night. Witness? Your Honor, the defense would like to call Prince Alaric to the stand. I see. He would have certainly been close enough to notice the defendant casting magic. Wouldn't the Crown Prince's testimony be more suitable? Are you trying to say Prince Alaric is unqualified to give proper testimony, Your Honor? Of course he's saying that. The kid's 7 years old! No, of course not. Is the prince ready to testify? Spine for sakes. Thank you for coming in, Prince Alaric. Could you please... Hold your tongue, knave. You will speak when you are spoken to. Oh, good. He sounds exactly like Mira when we first met her. Honestly, he behaves exactly like you'd expect a prince of this rotten kingdom to act. Aster's the odd one out in this situation. Makes you wonder what made him so down to earth. Your Highness? Mr. Cuthbert believes the defendant used her magic while she was with the Crown Prince. I already gave my statement to the instigators. This man dares to question my testimony? Yes, he said it, not me. Wow, the judge didn't even think twice about throwing you under. But very well, my testimony is required to strike down these redundant accusations. I said recusations, that's a completely different word. I'll bestow it upon you. Redundant? Ridiculous? Mr. Cuthbert, do not dare suppose His Highness really means. His boots must be shining from all that licking you're doing. What was that? Nothing. Like, one of the first times I think we've seen that portrait for Tyrion get used like that, too.
You think Lady Freyga cast magic in front of me? Don't be a serf. She was under the careful watch of the Kingsguard, my brother, and Lord Steelwind. We conversed for the whole night. I didn't see her cast any magic. Been through so much over the last few years, all because of her horrid father. You'd never do something like this. You and Lady Steelwind are just jealous.
Why would I be jealous? He was really convinced he didn't see anything. You doubt that he's intentionally looking. Plus, usually when you cast detect magic, I can see magical energies overlaying your eyes. Yeah, there's always a visible magical effect on the target when I cast a spell. But Maranoth was probably in another room. The Kingsguard wouldn't see the initial magical effect of invisibility. Even if there wasn't a visible effect in the room, she would still have needed to say the incantation and perform the gesture with her hands. Right, like how you shout Repair Your Arcanum every time you scan a crime scene. I don't shout it. Anyways, she must have done the incantation and gesture at some point during the night. Ever get an opportunity to conceal herself to do so. Celeste, what do you usually do to cast a spell? There's lots of factors involved, honestly. Stamina and focus are a big part of it. Assuming she's in perfect condition, what's the bare minimum she would need to do? Well, she would need to focus her magic, say the incantation, and perform the gesture with her hands, all at the same time. Does sound pretty conspicuous, isn't it, somehow? Don't actively see anything. Probably meant don't be absurd, but there's not much to gain from correcting him. You may think the idea is absurd, Your Highness, but the defendant was clearly good at keeping secrets. She could have easily concealed her actions at some point during the night. A brief moment to say the incantation and perform the gesture would have all been she needed. But I wasn't the only one watching her. But would they have really noticed her casting one spell? The Kingsguard are the most vigilant knights in the kingdom. They're trained to watch and counter a mage's spell. But the defendant needed to target someone who was in another area. There'd be no visual indication she was using magic. But she would have still needed to perform the incantation and complete the gesture with her hands. Pretty knowledgeable about the arcane arts, but as a Prince of Wyvern Guard, I suppose that's to be expected. If I recall correctly, you and your brother were with her until she was arrested for the murder. What did you speak about? She told us stories about what she did when she was away. She was researching something. I forget what she said, something about the old cult. I think I see a connection here. Do you mean the occult? Yes, that's it. She was researching ghosts and demons. Considering who her familiar is, her research must have borne fruit. Anyways, Your Highness, could you please add this to your testimony? If I must. You know, and I actually am going to press these last two as well, because I really wonder why she's wondering why. I'm wondering why he thinks I'm jealous. You're clearly sympathetic to her situation, but you must only have been a toddler when she left 5 years ago. My brother spoke of her a lot. He told me all about her. I could tell from his face, he was really sad that she ran away. Even if it's not romantic, Esther clearly cares about her a lot. The prosecutor must have complicated feelings about that. Well, I can't speak for Miss Steelwind, but I'm just trying to get the truth. Liar, you hate her because she's a noble, don't you? Lord Von Sanctus told me all about you. You just want to lock up nobles because you're jealous of how much gold we have. Ah, so he speaks of Von Sanctus frequently. And actually explains a lot about his personality. Occult RA? Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Cast a spell, a mage needs to speak an incantation. But there's nothing that says you can't say anything before or after it. Your Highness, according to your testimony, the defendant told you that the occult are a fascinating phenomena. Is that exactly what she said, word for word? Yes, the stories what she told us were quite interesting. They really stuck a chord with me. I see. Well, even if they were interesting, your testimony proves that she did cast the invisibility spell that night. Are you deaf? I already told you. No one told her to say any incantations, nor did they see her perform any gestures. Unfortunately, your testimony proves the contrary. Beatrice Freyga said an incantation and performed a gesture right in front of you, all without anyone even knowing it. What? Your Highness, there are two components to require to cast invisibility. First, the caster must speak the incantation Occult RA and clap both their hands together. As I'm sure you noticed, the defendant has a habit of clapping both her hands to calm herself. Now that I think about it, the habit must come from constantly casting the spell. The defendant requires Marnoth to see, so she must be constantly casting invisibility to keep him invisible. Cuthbert, may have an explanation for how she hid that gesture, but she would still need to speak the incantation. But she did speak it, and the witness's testimony proves it. What are you talking about? I never said she spoke any incantation. Your Highness, the incantation for the invisibility is Occult RA. Now recall what the prince said in his testimony. She said, the Occult RA, fascinating phenomenon. The pronunciation of that one, I praise, is identical to the incantation. I see, so she hid the incantation in her dialogue. And because her target was a creature that was outside the ballroom, no one saw the magical effects. This means Marnoth had the means to murder William Frege just as Eugene did. Having the means is completely different from actually having done it, Cuthbert. Very few people had the ability to shatter the display case to seal the sword of spell eating, and even fewer people had a familiar small enough to traverse the vents, which also makes Harald's familiar an equally likely suspect. Unlike my client's familiar, he admitted to breaking into William's study that night. Your client's familiar is truly innocent. Why not have him testify before the court? I see. Well, it's not as if he's the first unprecedented witness we've had today. Is Marnoth willing to testify, Miss Tamora? See Tamora deliberating with Beatrice and Marnoth. Can't hear what they're saying, but they're clearly in disagreement with one another. Marnoth in particular seems to be the most vocal about his displeasure. Your Honor, unfortunately Marnoth is unwilling to testify. Why the change of heart? My client's familiar may be a demon, but he's afforded the same rights as any other person. Not obligated to testify. Look at Marnoth and he's grinding his very sharp teeth together. For some reason, he appears to be looking at you with intense hatred. So secretive all of a sudden, anyway. Witness can refuse to testify to avoid incriminating themselves, but a refusal to testify is suspicious in and of itself. Mora had no issue with Beatrice taking the stand earlier, so why would she change her tune when it comes to Marnoth? Despite what she said, Marnoth seems like he disagrees with their decision the most. It's possible he's the weakest link of the three of them? If so, he might be the key to implicating them. Yeah? I wonder. I see, Marnoth is within his right to refuse, if that's what he truly wants. It is. Well, I suppose it's for the best, since I doubt you'd be able to corroborate your story at all. Marnoth grinds his teeth together. It sounds like metal grinding on metal. Considering his diminutive figure, I don't blame him for being a coward. Mr. Cuthbert, could you please refrain from provoking the literal demon? Oh, it's fine, Your Honor. He can't do anything without his master's word. And between him and the defendant, it's clear that Beatrice is the brains of the operation.
You shut your filthy celestial mouth!
Celestial? Marnoth, what are you doing?
I will not stand here and be insulted by a bloody Heavensborn!
Heavensborn?
I'm still within my contract, and I will not flee from the likes of him. You want my testimony? I'll give you a goddamn testimony!
Objection!
Baited! Your Honor, my client does not consent to having her familiar testify. Mora, didn't you say earlier that Marnoth is afforded the same rights as any other person? He has a right to refuse to testify, but only he can decide if he wants to exercise it. And he's clearly intent on giving it. So, Marnoth, why don't you testify about what you were doing on the night of the murder?
Gladly. I provided insight to my keeper while she spoke with the princes. I'll admit she did cast invisibility on me during their conversation. She needed to keep me hidden after all. I never left the room from where my master was, nor did I steal the sword of spell eating. You have nothing on me, Heavensborn. You don't even have proof I entered William Frege's study.
Do you honestly expect us to take your word for it? Or do you have any evidence to support your alibi?
I only speak the truth, Heavensborn. There were mages other than my keeper that could have stolen the sword. And by your own admission, none of your witnesses saw me on the night of the murder. The one lacking evidence is you.
As a point, you still need definitive proof that ties him to the murder. Presenting contradicting evidence might not be possible. However, he's clearly lying in his testimony. Something strange about the way he's speaking. Is he pausing so much? You're not seeing any thoughts through the eye, but perhaps you can try to interpret the meaning of his words? He's pausing a lot? every single one of his sentences, not every, most of them start with an ellipsis, so that, like, he's having to think about what he's saying? Or is it at least like, but also... Is this something you frequently do?
Yes, my keeper's accent left her completely blind. She looks through my eyes to see her surroundings.
And did she look through your eyes while she was with the princes?
Yes, she did.
Bit of a pause before answering your question. Wait, does that mean she normally casts invisibility every hour?
My keeper's a powerful mage, and my pact with her has only made her stronger.
Wow, that's actually really impressive. Really? Casting spells may look effortless, but continuously casting spells takes a lot of stamina out of the caster. She must have had a lot of stamina if she can cast a high-level illusion every hour. Well, she probably doesn't need to cast it every hour, just every hour she's in public. Like, if they're just in a house, they're probably fine. Let alone, like, an in-room. And did your master leave the room while she was with the princes?
No. I'm sure you remember my keeper was under the careful watch of the Kingsguard and Lucio Steelwind.
And you're maintaining that you never left the ballroom?
As I said, I never left the room where my master was.
He has a habit of pausing before he responds to you, but only happens sometime. Some strange demon accent, or is it something else? Beatrice was one of the few mages present that could shatter glass.
Yes, being able to do something and actually doing it are two different things.
Right, you won't be able to convict Beatrice until you connect Marunoth to the murder. Feeling he's gotta be the one that's giving it to you. Why do you keep calling me that?
Oh, does the Heavensborn not know the nature of his blood?
Blood? Can you be referring to your mother? Wait, do you know where my abilities come from?
Oh, how marvelous! You don't know, do you? Make a pact with me, child, to tell you the nature of your blood, and much, much more.
Mr. Cuthbert, please don't make the devil in my courtroom. I wasn't planning to, Your Honor. Clearly knows something, but making a deal with a demon is just asking for trouble. Might just be trying to distract you. You should stay on task. He's not, whatever that is, that's not a lie, because we've heard the word Heavensborn used in the game before. I think that was thrown out, like even at the end of like case 1 or 2. Definitely more direct than most witnesses. Yeah, but he's still clearly lying, and there's off about the way he's speaking. Pauses before saying certain statements. You need to interpret the statement that seems the most suspicious. Alright, so... like, numbers 2 through 4 will interpret.
Objection!
Not that one.
Objection!
Why is it that one? Taking pauses before certain statements, but not all of them. More importantly, his word choice was different that time. Did he slip up? Marunoth, it looks like you misspoke and used the wrong word.
What?
Through most of your testimony, you referred to Beatrice Freyga as your keeper. But you referred to her as your master during one statement. Why is that? First time, he doesn't have a response. I'll ask you again. Did you leave the ballroom that night?
I didn't leave the room where my master was.
Word master again, even though you pointed it out. Why isn't he correcting it? I mean, he's intentionally using that term? So why? Has to be a reason why. There could be a third. Because either it's like Marunoth is not. No, we know for a fact. Actually, do we have like is that confirmed in the record now? I think about it. Demonic familiar. Okay, so are her familiar? That might not mean that she's your master. Okay, if you take his words at face value, the master he's referring to isn't Beatrice. If Beatrice isn't his master, then his statement, "I never left the room where my master was," would technically be true. Why'd he even bother making that distinction? Clearly has no moral hang-ups about committing murder. Could have just lied. Demons apparently pride themselves on tricking and corrupting humans, so why wouldn't he just lie in his testimony? Can they not lie, maybe? Are they, like, forced to monkey's paw everything? Like, just either take things just literally enough that they can fuck around with people or something like that? That could be it. Bit of shot. No, it can't be. Demons are clearly different from humans, but would they seriously have a limitation like that? Would explain why Tamora and Beatrice are so opposed to having him testify. Only one way to know for sure. Witness, can you repeat the following statement for me? Tyrion Cuthbert's hair is green.
What kind of ridiculous request is that?
Another pause. I'm afraid I must agree, Mr. Cuthbert. Please don't waste our time with such random requests. I'm just conducting a little experiment, Your Honor. I'll ask you again, Marnoth. Say Tyrion Cuthbert's hair is green. Your Honor, Cuthbert's clearly making trivial requests to stall for time. His request is not worth a response from the witness. That's not what I'm doing, Tamora, and I think you know that. Marnoth, we truly don't know much about demons aside from the stories told in myths. It was possible that demons are physically unable to lie.
Hey, damn it.
I'm sorry, Mr. Cuthbert, but that seems quite ridiculous. Why wouldn't the witness be capable of lying? I genuinely don't know, Your Honor, but his testimony speaks for itself. He can easily refute it by granting my request. Say Tyrion Cuthbert's hair is green, witness.
You said it yourself, Tyrion Cuthbert's hair is green.
That's not what I asked for, your witness. Repeat the statement I told you word for word, nothing before or after it.
Objection.
Your Honor, the prosecution's argument is absurd. The witness is not obligated to justify such an outrageous request. I might be compelled to agree with you, Mr. Tamora, if the witness wasn't clearly avoiding fulfilling that request. Well, we're all waiting, Marnoth. You can easily prove me wrong by repeating my statement plainly.
Ah, you filthy heavensborn!
Say it, Marnoth.
Tyrion Cuthbert's hair is... Tyrion Cuthbert's hair is...
Blonde. Well, technically it's a dirty blonde.
Oh, shut up!
Is Mr. Cuthbert correct, Marnoth? Are you actually unable to lie? I think his silence speaks for itself, Your Honor. Remarkable, I would have never imagined. And with that, proving my case becomes a much simpler matter. Marnoth, did you murder William Frege? I'm sure you understand, witness, under these circumstances, staying silent is basically an admission of guilt. You have no reason to stay quiet, Marnoth. Tell him the truth.
Lady Beatrice, what are you...
I believe it's time to come clean, don't you, Marnoth?
I see, so that's your play.
Don't think you can just stall for time, Miss Frege. Marnoth has no choice but to answer the question. Do, Marnoth, tell the court the truth.
To answer your question, yes. I did murder William Frege.
Doing... Miss Frege, does this mean you're confessing to the murder? Oh, Your Honor, I'm not admitting to anything. This confession comes from Marnoth himself. But your own familiar just... Let me ask you a question, Marnoth. Did I order you to murder my father?
No, you did not, Lady Beatrice.
Talking about? You're lying, aren't you? Demons are physically unable to lie, Mr. Cuthbert. Damn it, she's right. Must have done something. Did you plan for this? She must have arranged things so that statement could be technically true. Could have asked someone else to give the order, or she could have just implied it. Either way, she could just plead ignorance and blame everything on Marnoth. Still, this isn't over. Oh, is that so? Please let me tell you. This trial was over the moment Arya turned her blade against me. I don't care who you are. Man, king, or demon, you're not going to get away with this. Oh, I do love the gravitas behind that, but I wonder how long it'll last. Hit me with your best shot, Heavensborn. Beatrice Frege, you may not technically have ordered your father's murder, but you're clearly acting with malice. You brought something dangerous into the manor, something you knew would harm your father. Oh, really? And what would that be? What was so dangerous that it implies lethal intent? Oh, right, yeah, I guess there is a health bar during these sections. You don't even have to redeem it. I'll just do this one as, like, fulfilling that one, and so just keep the extra 2,000. What do I think would be wrong? I'm actually curious what the dialogue's like. No, that's not right. Clearly, Legend of the Manor, assuming she might have to murder her father. Brought something into man that make it look like she could do that. Consider that a freebie. Didn't bring anything dangerous in. Marnoth himself could be the evidence here. But I guess familiars themselves might not be inherently. Can't form bonds with any other creature, bond can only be broken in death. You brought Marnoth into Frega Manor that night. You were definitely planning to murder your father from the start. Huh, I require Marnoth to see that does not imply lethal intent. But you brought a demon into that house, and as a result, your father was killed. It's hardly an innocent mistake. My client specifically asked your father if familiars were allowed. We even received a written legal confirmation beforehand. But he couldn't have possibly expected her to bring in a demon. He didn't specify not to do this. The President Marnoth did not break any of his rules nor any laws made by the kingdom. Oh yeah, the music of this game's fucking fantastic. If you've ever heard of Insane in the Rain on YouTube, I think his name's technically Carlos. Like he's a big interactor with like the Runaway Guys whole group. This entire soundtrack, or like 90% of it at least, was done by him, especially the saxophone songs. Right, you are Tamora, and I can hardly be blamed if my familiar acts without my knowledge. How can you be so blameless in Marnoth's action? He's your familiar! By that logic, shouldn't we also blame Lord Haraldson for the actions of his pet monkey? If I recall, he broke into the study, tampered with the crime scene, and then left my father's body without reporting it. That's... Marnoth and Eugene are intelligent and sentient creatures. They have their own autonomy. Their keepers aren't legally responsible for their actions. Damn it, she's playing devil's advocate, and I suppose that's fitting for her. But you still cast invisibility to keep Marnoth hidden that night. Mr. Cuthbert, I always cast invisibility on Marnoth. I can't very well let people see him. Face it, Cuthbert, you have nothing on me. Every crime related to the murder was committed by Marnoth. Did she? I mean, I guess the sword because of the theft thing, because how else would it have gotten there? Beatrice, Marnoth required your magic to break the wards guarding the sword of spell eating. You may be able to explain why you cast invisibility that night, but you can't explain why you cast an evocation spell powerful enough to shatter the display case. Oh, that I almost forgotten. I plead guilty. What? The charge of grand theft, I mean. I hired Marnoth to help me steal that artifact so I could sell it on the black market. Oh, I've never imagined he'd use it to murder my father. Right, it doesn't matter if she's found guilty of stealing the sword. Slayer rule only takes effect if she's found to be responsible for her father's death. Seriously, nothing you can do? Marnoth will take the fall on Beatrice's behalf. Oh, fuck. Bond can only be broken in death, so I feel like Breton's probably my best bet here? Marnoth, the sentence for first-degree murder is death. Are you really willing to die for your keeper's crimes?
Oh, you stupid heavensborn. Demons never truly die. When our bodies are destroyed, we just return to the abyssal hells. Hell? If I were to die in accordance with your laws, I would only return to my plane unharmed.
What?
Even if I could die, a fate much worse than death awaits me if I fail. These three are argue against when they're together. Break confidence at all.
So, do you have anything else, Mr. Cuthbert?
I
didn't think so. Your Honor, it appears we found the true culprit. I can't believe you killed my father, Marnoth. I'm so cross with you.
I should give my apologies. I won't do it again.
Don't worry, I forgive you. Now then, is there any reason why this trial hasn't ended already, Your Honor? And don't you have anything else? Here's one thing. Damn it, again. Oh, is that all you can do? Glare at me? What?
Marnoth, what did you just do? I've been watching him. He's using an old celestial trick. It's weak. Your divine gaze will worse here, Heavensborn.
You... It looks like that was your last piece, Cuthbert.
This can't be how it's not going to come this far.
So demons can fight off empowered eye? What is it like to say in these situations? Checkmate, Cuthbert.
Well, I have to say this was one of the more eventful trials I've ever seen. It was many things, if not enlightening, but I suppose it ended all the same.
Something, anything.
Well, I find the defendant's actions quite suspect. I must agree with their argument. None of Miss Frega's actions that night are illegal under Wyvern law. There's no proof that the defendant is responsible for her familiar's actions. With these revelations, I see no room for debate. You'll be taking a brief recess. I'll announce my verdict once we resume.
Is this seriously how it's going to end after everything you've gone through to get here? The world is bleak, merciless, and unforgiving. But I've seen you. I know how bright the light is within you. Use my eyes, pure beyond the divine gate as I once did. Marnoth called you a heavensborn. Mother told you there's a light within you. I have no idea what that even means. What even is the divine gate? You have the Eye of Horus. Why are you able to read people's minds? Been so lost lately, but you thought you finally figured out who you're supposed to be. But all this, everything you've been working towards, it was all a lie. Spent your whole life trying to be like Miss Tamora, but is she even like her? No, she just wanted to raise you into a tool for the Eye Taker. She was never your guardian, she was never your mother. Your real mother died years ago. First, right, is life just trying to see you? Looking back on it, you've had no idea what to do. Died. Been making mistake after mistake, leaving Orinox, trusting Tamora, becoming an attorney. Always just done as you've told. Never once made a path for yourself. Save Celeste, and Wallace, and Dracogen, all when no one else would stand up for them. Is helping them a mistake? You fought for a dream that doesn't exist, but that doesn't mean you can't make it real. True that you followed Tamora's lead, always done what you thought was right above anything else. You wouldn't have stood up to that criminal if you truly didn't know right from wrong. Wouldn't be standing here if you didn't just do if you were told. What do I do? I'm not going to tell you that. You already know the answer. You've always known the answer. Deep breath and relax your thoughts. How do you prove that Beatrice ordered Marnoth? It can seem hopeless sometimes, but there's always a way to win in the end. I feel like if we're going over here, like these two answers have to be probably Beatrice and Marnoth, or Marnoth and... Actually, wait, the victim isn't even listed here, so it'd have to be them. So, two things that Beatrice and Marnoth. Lilac would be a good use of abilities, but I feel like at this point it'd be seen as desperate. Got no more testimony, so it's either deduction or physical evidence. Skills, connects, separates, this feels like the best choice of action, but what physical evidence do we have? In order to convict Beatrice, I need to prove that she was responsible for Marnoth's actions. But people leave trails. And even when they think they've committed the perfect crime, something always gets left behind. There has to be something that proves Beatrice gave Marnoth. Beatrice's relationship with Marnoth is clearly different than a relationship with humans. What's unique about it? A specific way the relationship works. Act, weapon. Committed. Crimes, conviction. Any evidence? A blood contract. There's a specific way their relationship works, or their pact, as Marnoth calls it. There's something that someone said, but what was it? Who told us that? Who told us that? I think that Haroldson? Age unknown. I think it was him. They're magically compelled to fulfill the terms. That's right, Beatrice must have made a blood contract with him. A legally binding document that is must that must describe how the relationship works. Beef did tell you that Beatrice never trusts someone that she can control. So she would only put herself in a situation where she had full control over Marnoth's actions. Not like as if they'll ever show it to me. It'd be a tall order to even prove that blood contract even exists. Point. If you ask me, I think you've done a wonderful job so far. Once, let me guide you the rest of the way. What? Tyrion, your eyes don't actually read minds. They give you the means to reveal truths that are being concealed. You can pull the truth out of anyone and anything. Truth? So, say it together with me. Marnoth, dweller of Ernest.
Wait, what are you even doing?
By the Eye of Horus, I issue upon you a divine edict. Release thy guards and manifest thy blood contract with Beatrice Frege. Beatrice's blood contract added to your notes. Oh, fuck. It's also 50 pages long. Look, you know about the excerpt for the exact section you need. Marnoth is prohibited from killing or injuring any humans. Beatrice Frege can designate individuals exempted of his role and exempted only remains open for 24 hours. After that, Marnoth cannot harm them unless told otherwise. You did it, but how? Is that really your... No, that's not really important right now. She gave you what you needed. The rest is up to you. What in the nine hells was that?
You, when did you learn to?
Mr. Cuthbert, what just happened? Your Honor, I just made the witness manifest their blood contract.
You did what?
Blood contract? You can think of it as a legally binding document. It lays out the terms of the pact between Beatrice Frege and her familiar. Incredible. Where'd you learn how to do such a thing? Library? Wow, to think that our kingdom had access to such knowledge. Yeah, I'm not buying it. How did you really find out how to do that? It's a long story. You're not sure she'd even believe you if you told her. Anyways, the defense's argument is such. Marnoth was acting alone and the defendant is not to blame for the actions that night. However, take a look at page 7 of this blood contract. It specifies that Marnoth is prohibited from killing any and all humans. There's a scenario where he can do so. And that's when Beatrice Frege designates someone to be exempt from this rule. You. Beatrice Frege, you didn't directly order Marnoth to kill your father, but you implied it by telling Marnoth that he could kill him. Not only that, you did so within 24 hours of the Lord's Ball. Your intent was clear. You brought Marnoth into Frege Manor with full knowledge that he could and would kill William Frege. And that is checkmate.
And just when I thought the surprises were over, in the end, we arrived at the truth. I suppose I can't disagree with that. You have to say for yourself, Lady Frega. I do not call me that. Almost funny you hate your name that much. Your entire plan depended on your claim to the Frega estate. You have any idea what you just cost me? Everything has been ruined because of you. Why should I care? You're just another noble trying to steal power for yourself. Don't you dare lump me together with those tyrants! We wouldn't have been just liberated House Frega. We would have liberated everyone. Miriam, Leaf, Arya, even Aster. Our system is broken. The only way we can fix it is by burning it down from the inside. As long as King Olivier sings on the throne, this suffering will only continue. Lady Frega. As the prosecutor, I should warn you. You don't want to add treason to your list of crimes. Even though you'd like to see the king ousted as much as she does. Matter, I'm done either way. Heavensborn, look at page 46 of the blood contract. By accepting this pact, Beatrice Frega forever binds her soul to the abyssal hells. If Beatrice Frega fails to pay her debt by claiming House Frega and all of its assets, her soul, mind, and life will be claimed by the Empress of Discord? The contract goes on to name several parts of House Frega's holding. Very little room for ambiguity. Arya was almost right. She just jumped to the wrong conclusion. My debts were never to the Eye Taker. It was to the abyssal hells. Why would you agree to something like this? Because I miscalculated. In this folder are your records of your many plots against House Steelwind and the Crown. It would be shameful if this information fell into their hands.
You think this is a feeble attempt to blackmail or frighten me? I've dealt with far more formidable adversaries than you. There's nothing I can't sell with House Frega's resources.
What are you talking about? Lucio Steelwind isn't just the type of person you can just buy.
It's clear your time has taught you way nothing. Everyone can be bought.
Before I left, he controlled every aspect of my life. I saw him as the unstoppable tyrannical force. But I never even considered one possibility. That William Frega was a sheltered moron. You honestly thought he could pay off Lucio Steelwind? Anyone who's met him would know that would never work. I could have sent this House Steelwind and the king. But I was running out of time. I needed to inherit House Frega as soon as I could. And I felt trapped. I felt angry. I just wanted something to change. But this feeling inside you is crying out in anger. A blood contract is still a legal contract, isn't it? What? If it's a contract, we can dispute it. We can find some kind of loophole that gets you out. What? Trying to redeem the enemy you just defeated? You really are a Heavensborn. I'm sorry, Mr. Cuthbert, but I won't accept your help. What? Why? We can at least try, right? Did you seriously come this far just so you could die? To dispute a blood contract just to defend your own soul. Fail to render null, your soul will be dragged into hell alongside hers. Any of your divine blood won't save you from that fate. But still, I can't just... You've beaten me, Mr. Cuthbert. I don't want to drag anyone else down with me anymore. Not you, not Leaf, not Miriam. Despite everything, I still have my dignity. I believe there's no room to prolong this trial. Bailiff, please escort Lady Frega and her familiar into a holding cell. I'll be passing my verdict shortly. Another very minor thing I don't like about this game. I wish you actually got to see the guilty or not guilty verdicts get handed down, because that just happens off screen. Hey, are you okay? Yeah, as okay as I can be. Still feel uneasy about how things turned out. It doesn't look quite like the victory you were hoping for. You fought against the demons, and you can't help but feel like you lost. Cuthbert, we need to talk. What's done is done, but the boss isn't going to take kindly what you've done today. I know it's a long shot, but maybe if you talk to him, he'll... No. Cuthbert, this is serious. He's going to send people after you. Dangerous people. You can't just ignore this. Please just listen to me and... Shut up. Ian? How could you work with criminals? Cuthbert, everything you told me, all those ideals were about protecting the weak. It was all a lie. Everything Commander White said about you is true, isn't it? Just trying to... I don't want your help. As you yell her, your voice echoes through the lobby. Several of the people nearby turn silent. I gave up everything for you. My childhood, my home, my happiness. I left it all behind to chase the ideal that you told me you were fighting for. But it was never real, was it? You made me throw away everything, all for a goddamn lie. And I'll make it real. And I'll do it without you. Tyrion, As she reaches out your hand to her, you step away from her. You never cared about me, did you? All you cared about was using the Eye of Horus. That's not... Shut up. I don't want to hear any more of your damn lies. Go away. Get the hell away from me. Never want to see you again. Without a word, she walks away from you. Tyrion. And to hold yours again, but this time. Tyrion, buddy. No, she's real. She's real. Oh, shit. No? What? Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, I'm in an emotional state. Holy shit. We actually won? Tyrion, Plus, there's no way for you to avoid checkmate next turn. Surrender. There, what about that? Checkmate. Damn it! You've been acting weird since we arrived in Orinox. Does that have something to do with your mother? Please just talk to me. I'm your friend, aren't I? Hey. Oh. It's to hold your hand, you reach out and grasp it. It smiles as you take hold of it. Seems glad you didn't pull away this time. Without thinking, you pull her into a hug. Sorry, I just really need this right now. You stop? No, it's just... People are staring at us. There's what they think they're nobles. They're gonna hate us no matter what we do. Oh, that's such a good turnaround to the fucking start of this case. Oh! Still unsure what you're going to do next. Perhaps you don't need to. Even if Tamura's deal was... Hey, Celeste, there's something I've been wanting to tell you about. Oh? What is it? It's hard to explain, really. I don't even know where to begin. They've been teasing it throughout the game, especially earlier in this case, though. Like a little bit in case 3, but this one's especially been a little heavy on it. And like, oh my god, yes. But it's about an ability I have. I call it the Eye of Horus. If that ideal was a lie, you have the power to make it real. Even if you can't trust Tamura anymore, you have people in your life that you can trust. Oh. Uh-oh. What a fine mess this is. It has completely and utterly ruined everything. Or I hate, so we're gonna need to put him in the ground. I don't think that'll be necessary. Sorry, love, I know you're fond of him, but I can't let an insult like this go unanswered. You're gonna have to pay the price. I think you misunderstood me, Father. I meant that this facade is no longer necessary. What the hell? Is something wrong, Father? Who the hell are you? You look nothing like my daughter, so why? It happened centuries ago, I believe. Your great ancestor hated the monarchy and needed a weapon to fight the mages of the noble house. So he made a pact with me. What are you talking about? Things didn't turn out like he wanted, I'm afraid. Poor little Leyland's plot was discovered and his noble house was stripped of its rank and status. Fucking right! His very name was stricken from the annals of history. He was supposed to give me Wyverngard, but I had to settle for claiming his bloodline. Leyland, how do you know about my name? No one knew about the name, not even my real daughter. I know it's been centuries, but I haven't forgotten, John. Everyone in your bloodline belongs to me, including your daughter. Bastard, what did you do to her? What did I do? What I do to all my prey? I made her suffer. Oh. Did you know that she was crying for you for months? I made her watch, I made her watch as I took her place. All while the father that she so desperately called out for forgot who she was. All while my minions slowly and painfully tore her soul apart. You monster! You goddamned monster! I enjoyed her torment while it lasted, but even that couldn't satisfy me. What I really crave is the blood of a celestial. That's what this is about, that stupid kid? But I can't have you kill my dear Tyrion just yet. If least not until I'm done. Goddamn demon, I'll kill you! This man is your enemy. Your life's goal is and always has been to exact revenge on him. What the hell are you talking about?
You! I lost everything because of you! They kicked me out of the Inquisition because of your false testimony!
Let go of me.
You killed my entire family!
Let you get away with this. What are you talking about? I didn't do anything.
Isn't that the noble who killed all those children? I heard he got released by paying off the judge.
What are you all talking about? Get away from me.
Don't lie to us. We know what you did. Oh, stay away.
Ah! Finally entered the final act, my dearest Tyrion. And from what I've seen, I think I know exactly how I'm going to break you. I hope you're as excited as I am.
Oh, fuck. So Eris is a demon. Took the place of the real kid. That was not the final. That was case 4 of 5. I don't know why they actually make you choose each case before you move on to the next one. I don't get why. You know, because even Ace Attorney has a thing where it's like you start from case 1, you get moved into 2, 3 onwards. Oh, do I want to at least get the first scene out of the way? Yeah, I do. I've killed people. Criminals or bandits. But it still frightened me how unaffected I was by their deaths. It always came so easily to me. I was good at it. A little too good. People told me taking the lives of others would be hard. But I never felt that uneasiness, not even once. It made me think that I was some kind of unfeeling monster. Maybe I am. The time I've spent with you filled me with more happiness than I could have ever dreamed of. Instead of taking lives, I could save them alongside you. Is Celeste? Felt too good to protect you. I felt like I knew you were. I felt needed, like when I knew you were relying on me. Made me feel like I was actually worth something to someone. Whenever I saw the light in your eyes, it filled my heart with a warm feeling that I've never felt before. Too good to be true, wasn't it? And I failed you. Couldn't protect you just like I couldn't protect my father. Oh, sir. I don't understand seeing someone like. Tyrion? You still haven't gotten out of bed yet. It's almost noon. I think I just want to rest today. You've been saying that for the last 10 days. Someone actually is here to see you. You should really get out of bed. This is the first time we've seen Tyrion's house. The Tamora? No. Still not really in the mood. Send them away. That's a bit rude, but I suppose I can overlook it this time. Steelwind! As the prosecutor enters your room, you immediately leap out of your bed. You try to futilely clean your unkempt hair, but you're just making it worse. Tyrion pants! Right, sorry. We'll give you some time to get yourself ready. I know he was in a rut, but I certainly didn't expect this. No, I'm really worried about him. I empathize with the situation, but it's been a month already. Have you tried speaking with him? He has opened up to you before. I did, but I think he's really broken up over what happened with Ruby. She's basically the closest thing he had to family. I see. Perhaps you just need more time. After taking some time to make yourself presentable, you exit the room to greet your prosecutor properly. Sorry about that. No, I suppose the fault is mine. I shouldn't have intruded. Anyway, what brings you here? I feel like that's probably going to be the best ending point we're going to get for a little bit here, huh? Oh, fuck. Because as much as I want to keep playing,
It's 2:30. Yeah, it's been a wild 4 hours. Technically, it's like 3 minutes, 45 minutes, 3 hours, 45 minutes, but I started a little late tonight. Actually, no, it's 4 hours, 8 minutes. Damn. That actually went pretty right. Damn. I know, right? I was invested like nothing else. Genuinely, the last time I looked at the clock, it was like 12:30. The ending of that case is nuts. All right, I want to thank y'all for stopping on in tonight. Ant, Volt, Ali, Deer, and anyone else who's lurking. I want to thank you for stopping on in. Next stream, I'm torn on actually, because tomorrow's Friday and we don't do Friday streams anyway. But I was kind of toying around in my head, not doing the weekend streams moving forward for a little bit because I want to have time for some other projects. But I think I might make an exception to that because, holy shit. If I do stream Saturday, it might be a later stream though, so it might also be a shorter one. So I might like start at like 11 to midnight, only go for like 2 hours. Because this Saturday, me and my partner are starting our own little project that will require at least some more time than usual on Saturday. But for tonight, I'm gonna do the usual and send y'all the way of Cabal. Yeah, the VODs are great, and because of this game's general setup, I am gonna actively be uploading these VODs to YouTube, which I haven't done since, I think, actually, Ghost Trick. Ghost Trick or Layton, I forget which of those I did last. Cabal is currently playing Armored Core 6, send some love his way. We righted him a shitload, he's super chill. I'll see y'all probably later Saturday night for more Tyrion Cuthbert. See you guys then. You have a great night too, Vol.